Okay, this is fixed. So hello everyone.
This is fixed.
So hello everyone. Oh, I get some. Hold on. Yeah. I'm back with streaming some more pixel art. It's been a while now. Since I think I haven't streamed in a year or at least a very long time. But I figured maybe the all that confinement is the appropriate time to try and get back into it a little bit. I used to do all those characters from movies. Started doing this for fun and sort of never stopped. Just for fun. There are mainly characters from the 70s and the 80s, from movies from the 70s and the 80s. Some of them even older than that. Not too much recent stuff, but I guess it's because I'm just a fan of that time period. Lots of really good movies, lots of good memories, and since I've done a lot of pixel art back in the days, and I still do. I figured I would do a little bit of both and try and combine those two things, and so started making a few characters, and then one after another, the list sort of grew, and we are now with I think I have at least probably 40 or so. I started doing this with very tiny characters, a very small scale like this, super small. And that was a kind of an experiment to try and see if you could still recognize someone or a famous character from a movie at such a small size. And the experiment kind of worked. I thought that was fun to do. It was an interesting challenge. But then I got a bit frustrated doing this because felt like there was some of the characters they didn't come out quite well, and I wanted to see if I could try and make them a little bigger, around the size. I think they're around 80 pixel, most of them. So it's about the size of the characters that you would see back in the days in games like arcade games like Street Fighter 0 or maybe Street Fighter 3, that sort of size. I like it because it's big. They're big enough that you can put some interesting detail in, and some interesting features, but they're not big to the point that they look just like normal illustrations. They still have this sort of a fun pixel art quality to them that I like. So this is the preferred size now. This is what I do. I did a couple, 3 actually, just to get back into it because I was a little bit rusty, and posted them on Instagram. And but I did those offline. There was like this guy, who's David Lightman from War Games. I really love that movie, one of my favorite. But I guess it was like the perfect timing for me. It was 83, I think, and I was really into computers at that time already, trying to get some, trying to understand coding and things like this. So I'm pretty old school, as you can tell. But so this as a kid, this character in this movie really made a very big impression on me. So David Lemon, I did the arcade cabinet, the Galaga from '81. It's the arcade game that you see him play several times during the movie, at least 2 or 3 times, I think. And then I did Ash Williams from Evil Dead 3, in this case, Army of Darkness. Really fun movie, crazy movie, as probably, at least to me, probably the best that Sam Raimi ever made. Sam Raimi is a hit or miss, but in this case, I think it was. I'll talk a little bit about that later because we're going to do Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, and I think there's some interesting comparisons that we can make between the two franchises. And also finally, this was the last character I did a while ago. Jessica 6 from a movie that the youngest probably don't remember at all. Even to be honest, most people don't remember. Called Logan's Run. Really interesting dystopian movie. And she was Jessica 6, and I did recently. I added Logan 5 because they're both in the movie as main characters. But anyway, so right now I think I'm gonna do I'm gonna try and do Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, a very beloved franchise, slasher movie franchise from the 80s. I think probably the defining franchise of the era. I mean, there's been a bunch during that time. It started. I would say probably late 70s with Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but after that there was a lot of movies in that genre. The one that really created that sort of genre was probably Halloween, but right after that, on the heels of Halloween, was Friday the 13th, and it remained, I think, the most successful, the highest grossing slasher movie franchise up until the remake of Halloween, and then this put Halloween, the Halloween franchise, on top. But they're really very much neck to neck in terms of success. I personally am more of a Halloween guy than Friday the 13th for several reasons that we can talk about. But it's still, it's still a very, especially Jason is a very iconic character that has evolved quite a bit actually during the all these years. They pumped out movies with this franchise like at a pretty accelerated pace. It was like pretty much one a year up until Part 9, I think. That was released probably around 89, I mean, or 90, something like this. First film was 1980, I think, Friday the 13th, which interestingly does not feature Jason up until the very end, as the kid that comes out of the water to drag the last girl under the water. But Jason adult as the killer doesn't appear on Friday the 13th. It only came after, when in Friday the 13th Part 2, and from then on it became the titular character. So the question is, however, which version of Jason we should do, because there's a bunch. The characters that has kept evolving during the whole franchise during the 80s, both visually actually, and also even thematically a little bit, because in Part 2, let's say we'll take Part 2 as the beginning of Jason's the character as we know him, like, killing teenagers, and he looked like a backwood loony with the overalls and the plaid shirt, and the potato bag on his head. It's actually a very cool look that I really like. I think it tells a lot about the character, and at least the roots of the character. But then they really abandoned that look pretty quickly after that. At least even actually right after that, Part 3. That's when they introduced the famous hockey mask that everyone knows the character for, and that really became the defining feature of that character, I think. Actually, so I think so. The first thing when I try and make a character like this is to try and find some good references, because I can never understate the power of references and good references, because sometimes, even when you have at least for me, even when I have I think I have a clear idea of someone or a character or something in mind. Memory can be a very deceiving thing, so it's always, I think, a good idea to just check on the references. I did something crazy actually. Believe it or not, I binge watched, because it's on Prime right now. I binge watched the entire franchise up until eight. The eight movies in a span of a day or so, thanks to the confinement. The reason I did this was because I had seen those movies, but it's been a long time and I forgot most of them, and I really wanted to get a sense of the whole franchise as a whole, and see how I felt after all those years, and what character I liked the most, or what version I liked the most. And I have to say, so visually, so there's two things, like the look of the character, and the quality of the film attached to it. I really like Jason from this one, from part 6, for several reasons. But I wouldn't say 6 is well, actually, interestingly, I think 6 to me is one of the best movies of all, because it's the one where they realize that maybe they should put a little bit of humor into this. I mean, let's face it, slasher movies, they're never taken very seriously, and by the audience, and I found it kind of odd, as for those franchises in the early 80s to be, they seem to be taking the subject matter so seriously. But this changed over the decade, and people started realize. I mean, if you look back then, Friday the 13th or Halloween, they were considered like really scary movies, but you watch them now, they're kind of laughable. They're actually a little comical, and so there's a sort of like a undertone to it that was not really exploited in the early 80s, I think. But around the mid 80s, they started to shift gears, because they realized that, well, maybe, it's about a guy who hacks teenagers, so it's not really the most sophisticated plot or subject matter, and maybe it would be better to have fun with it. And I was mentioning earlier Evil Dead, because I think Evil Dead is really to me, the franchise that understood that the most. Started as a somewhat scary movie, the first one, Evil Dead. I mean, there's some genuinely scary things in the first Evil Dead, but there's also, it's so outrageous, and the campy gore is so crazy that it sort of turns into a joke over time. But even though some moments are actually a little bit touching, like he has to kill his own girlfriend, fiance. So there's a bit of that, but then you watch Evil Dead 2, and then Evil Dead 2 is really campy and really funny and outrageous, and Evil Dead 3 is like straight up comedy. I mean, at that point, like the turn was complete. It was not even like, it was completely unapologetically comical and funny, and I thought it was great. I mean, to me, it's still my favorite of the 3 Evil Dead. But I think why I'm saying this is because I think Friday the 13th, they never really did that up until 6, where part 6 is really funny actually. They break the fourth wall a few times, in a relatively subtle manner. I'm not too fan of movies that break the fourth wall too much, but in this one, it's actually pretty good, and they really make fun with themselves, and the entire franchise. So I think 6, I really like it for that. Even though I really like 4 too, because I think 4 is the best movie, so to speak, in itself, in terms of like the characters and the plot, and how like the actual real characters in this one, especially with the kid, Tommy Jarvis, I think. But everything else is a little bit trashy. Honestly, I'm not super fan. But I watched them all, just to do my research. So, but in terms of visual, the character has evolved a lot. The hockey mask has evolved. Even the actor has changed over time. I think this one was C.J. Graham playing it. I'm not sure, but and then after that it was probably Kane Otter. Not I don't want to say stupid things, but I think Kane Otter started with 7, and he became the most famous Jason. But in terms of look, I really like 6. He's got this full. So what I like about 6 is that well, this is a bit this is a toy. It's hard to find a good reference for the character, the way it actually looks. Sometimes figures, toys are a good reference for that, because at least you can see the whole character. In movies you get the lighting that gets in the way, and the action is all blurry. It's a bit hard to get a good sense of the character. This is some guy doing cosplay for sure. The video game Friday the 13th has some good images. Like this is from the game, but you see only the top of the character, unfortunately. But what I like about him is he's got the shirt and the pants. So this is a reminiscent of part 3 that became really that was the most famous Jason up until this point. Let's check it out. Part 3. Part 3 is when the mask, the Aki mask, was introduced. So this is Jason from part 3, and basically what he had was just a basic, button-up shirt, green shirt, and kind of a gray, light gray pants, something like this, and that's about it. It's not bad, and it's good because this is the introduction of the hockey mask, and some fans. So before I even start one, I think there are as many preferred Jasons as there are fans. I mean, some people, they really love part 2 look because it was the very first adult Jason, and no, Jason part 2. So let's see. So this is what I was talking about, the plaid shirt, the overalls, and the bag. So that's very backwoods, but it works. It fits. It really fits the character, at least in the very beginning. So some people really like this one. Some people like this one because this is where they introduced them the Aki mask, which is understandable. But I find it a little plain, even in the movie. And also the actor, he was actually quite skinny. They found a tall guy, but I don't remember his name, but he was not a bulky guy at all, very fit. So he played it like Jason was this sort of like hunched over, sort of handicapped guy. It was a little weird, and they patted him with like foam and stuff to make him look bigger. But honestly, when you watch it now, I think it shows. It doesn't feel quite right to me. So I don't think it's the best one. And then part 4 was very similar. Part 5 is kind of like they turn it, they change it to an character with the jumpsuit, like the Walker jumpsuit. But then he looks very much like Mike Myers, in my opinion. So I was not too fan of that. But part 6 is interesting because in this one they kept the idea of the shirt and the pants like part 3 did, the hockey mask and everything, but they added some really interesting stuff like the worker gloves, the yellow gloves, and the tool belt. The tool belt is really interesting, especially in pixel art. We're craving for any kind of detail that we can show. Otherwise the character will just look like a guy wearing pants and a shirt, So the tool belt is a pretty iconic feature, even though thematically I've always found that a little odd personally. Like it seems like way too sophisticated for the character to carry his little tool belt with all little knives in them and all that stuff. That seemed a little odd to me. And that's what I was saying about the character also thematically changed a lot, because in 2 he's very much this backwoods loony, and interestingly when you watch the film, he's holding the knife, the pitchfork, and even the machete sort of backwards, always wrong. And I think they really did that on purpose to show that he was kind of like, he was not the smartest the smartest guy ever. So he's sort of even he can't even hold a knife the proper way. So I thought that was interesting. But then you look at him in part 6 and he looks like an organized hunter, killer with his tool belt and everything, which is a really big shift. And there's never a real explanation for this. It's almost like every director decided to do their own version of Jason, both visually and thematically, which I guess is fine. But you could argue that there was no a real continuity for the character across the entire franchise. But I like this guy, so I think we're gonna do this one. What I like too about 6 is the shape of the mask is really interesting. It's very rounded. Try to find a good picture. Guess this is probably good enough. So, oh yeah. So the mask is very rounded and covers the entire face. And also the chevrons there, they removed the 2 on the cheeks and kept just 1. And I don't know, I think it's a good clean, interesting design that other versions don't necessarily have. I really dislike, for instance, part 9, I think. He's got the bloated head and looks too big for the mask. Yeah, this I'm not a fan of that. I think it's just a really odd design. At least to me, visually, I'm not a big. Actually, you see, this is interesting. 6 versus 9. There's a perfect example there on this image, and you see yeah, you see the difference, how tiny that mask looks compared to the head, and it's sort of like it loses really the feel of the mask. The mask becomes like secondary, whereas here it really defines the character. So I think to me, I like this better. So we're gonna do 6, and yeah. I hope you like 6. If you don't, then maybe we'll do another one after that, or another day. I will say 7 is great too. I think 7 is really interesting, because he had like the chain across. He was all tattered, and because he came out of the water. He had spent a lot of time underwater, and was revived by that girl with the telekinetic powers, and so he comes back. He has this very much like this zombie look, but he's cool, and you can see some of his skeleton underneath, and he's got the big chain still under that was used to keep him underwater around the neck. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good version. I actually like this one quite a bit. It's probably my second favorite. So maybe I'll do this one after that. I know this is a fan favorite. I know that for a fact. Looking online, I've seen quite a few people saying that they really like part 7. And actually, I remember there was a quote from someone, I can't remember, from a film critic saying that part 7 was the defining Jason, was like the ultimate Jason visually. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I still prefer 6 to me. So we'll do 6. So I'll just try and grab a couple of images first. Like I said, there's not much available, unfortunately. The only thing that kind of sucks with 6 is that the weapons are not great. I mean, he's got a machete, but and he's got a weird pole, which is like part of a wrought iron fence, and because they try to um, they want to cremate his body. Tommy Jarvis wants to cremate his body in the beginning of the movie, but like an idiot, he stabs. I think the I don't remember exactly what happens, but basically the wrought iron fence conducts the electricity from the storm into Jason's body, actually reviving him, which was the completely opposite of what Tommy Jarvis was had planned, which is a funny scene too, actually, by the way. So it was very much like the Frankenstein idea, you know, like electricity, and they carried this theme throughout the movies. After that, that every time he takes a shock, people try to shock him or electrocute him, you know, in the effort of killing him, but in fact, it actually does the opposite and revives him. It's also in part 6 that Jason becomes officially a supernatural force. Before that, it was considered still, you know, sort of human. Always came back for some reason, but he was never established as a clearly supernatural character. At least I think so. But in 6, I mean, there's absolutely no doubt. It gets shot too in the chest several times and keeps going like a Terminator, which was something that you didn't see before in the other movies. So see, this is what I was talking about, like in terms of humor. You know, rips off this guy's arm and kind of like wonders about what happened. He's actually astonished by his own strength, which was quite funny. There's quite a few scenes like this that are really good. So yeah, we'll try and do this one. I mean, I guess I could give him an axe, you know, and because that's the weapon that I prefer in the franchise, even though the machete is a classic. But we'll see. We can change weapons and have fun with that when the time comes. But right now, I just want a couple of references. You know, just to get a sense of the actual character. Oh, this is not too bad. This is probably from the game, actually. I would say, yeah, it's likely that this is from the game. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's good enough. We'll use this. So usually when I do that, I'll just grab a few, put them on the side, and this will be enough to start. Because obviously, you know, pixel art's so small that we don't really need to be extremely anal about the reference. But I still try to make the characters relatively. Oh, this is interesting. This this is perfect actually. Hopefully it's big enough. Oh yeah, well there you go. We have our reference. Can't do any better than that. Even though I would question the colors a little bit, because I think in the movie the belt was actually darker, close to black. Maybe I'm wrong. It's very possible that, because in movies it's always hard because things are moving a lot and get blurry, and so it's not always easy. But maybe I'm wrong, you know. See that toy? I'm fine. It's not quite clear if. Let's see. This is what they did here. Definitely a darker. Well, maybe it's green. But this though, well, the scabbard there is is dark, so I'm not sure why they did this here. This light color. I think I'll do this black. I remember this being lighter, kind of beige, a little bit like the pants, or maybe green. But I think this was darker. But anyway, it's definitely good enough. We'll use this. So now we have 2 good pictures. I'll just quickly maybe grab one from the film, just for the mask. And see, I wish I could. I mean, I could go on Prime right now and just play little clips of it, but I'm worried that I'm not allowed to do this on stream. I'm not too familiar with the rules, and I don't want to break the rules of the stream, so of Twitch. So we'll play it safe. This is the mask. Let's take maybe. What can I find? A good one single good picture. That's the challenge of finding references. Always a little bit tricky. Well, I guess that's fine. I'll just take this and that's it. No. Why can't I do that? Okay, we'll take this and that's it. We'll consider it enough. And see, even the colors, it's very tricky because you look at this model from the game, and they made the mask very yellow. But you look at the movie, and it seems like much more like a tan color, which I prefer personally. So I guess even they did their own sort of interpretation of it. It's not necessarily exactly. The other interesting thing about part 6 is that because he's a sort of a zombie guy, he came back from the dead, he doesn't really have like a human flesh anymore. So the color is very similar to the shirt. But we'll do we'll do that. So because I've done so many characters, there's really no point in starting from complete scratch. See, this was my version of Mike Myers, which I'm honestly not a big fan of. I think I'll probably redo this at some point, or at least fix it. It's just too flat. There's no pose, and I guess I wanted to show him like he's in the movie, because he doesn't have really. He's very straight. Doesn't have a lot of body language, but didn't turn out very well. So I think what I'll probably do, I have to try and think of a pose. I mean, this is not bad because it's got the pole. It's not a bad pose. But I question if I want to give him an axe or a machete instead, in which case this would be not the best, because then I can't really change the weapon. I'm like locked in. If I do this pose, I'm locked in with that weapon, and I don't like the idea. So I think we'll do trying to think of who could be a good starting point, just to save a little bit of time in the beginning. I guess those legs might not be bad. This is from The Shining. We'll take him. It doesn't. I mean, it's not like really crucial anyway. It's gonna change so much over the course of me doing it that okay, this Jack Torrance, that it's not really that important. So we'll just take that, and that's it, and we'll see. So let me bring him back down. I have a tiny screen, believe it or not. I work on a 13-inch MacBook, so very small. So it's not the most convenient when you want to have like tons of references around. Sometimes I wish I had bought maybe a bigger screen. I'm not gonna lie, but hey, this is what I got now. I also use an old Photoshop. It's a CS3, which is really old now, but I really like that version for several reasons, and but mostly because it's very stable. And because I'm saying this, it's gonna crash. I know it, but normally I would say this is one of the most stable versions that I've used. It's all paid for, and I don't have to worry about paying a license every month and all that sort of stuff. So so I like CS3 for that. Okay, so we have our copy of this guy, and we'll so obviously pants lighter. So one thing that you if you're a little bit lazy like me, one thing you can do is always this is why Photoshop is so good. You can always select the pants, and do lighter. Change the whole color. In one shot. So I could just copy the pants over, and then go for. I'm gonna put a gray background for now because sometimes it's a little bit hard to judge a color, and especially value on a white or a dark background or black background, because they're so extreme that. So we'll do that for now. And let me see. Where am I? Yep. So then you can just go hue saturation. We'll go lighter for now. And this is not like meant to be like, okay, I'm gonna do this and it's gonna be done and perfect. It's just a way to just accelerate the process a little bit. But you'll see that we're going to I'm sorry, to change this pretty drastically. So now you see we've changed the color of the pants, and we can do same for the shirt, for the for this. But you know what, I think I'm gonna go and just really get into this, not worrying too much about anything else. The beginning, it's good to just dig in, and we'll see. So we'll do shirt color. This is not going to be pretty in the beginning, because The beginning you want to go. Gonna go a little lighter now. I'm sorry. The beginning you want to go fast, and even if it doesn't look great, because it's just blocking in. So we'll try to just to block something in real quick, and then we'll see where that leads us. Right now I'm doing something that I shouldn't, which is going without having a specific plan in mind in terms of the pose. That can be that's usually a bad idea, but I feel just a little bit lazy right now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just hack it, and we'll see if we get inspired with some kind of pose. We don't care too much about the head for now, but it's always possible to just block in the mask very quickly. At this point, I'm not trying to make this, looking very good and clean. I'm just sort of exploring and trying to get a sense of the pose and proportions and that sort of stuff, what works for him. And you see the what I started from is I mean, it's gone right now. So you could say, well, what was the point? And I think it would be a valid question, but usually it's just sometimes it's just to get a sense of like the scale and roughly where the the waist lands and all that sort of stuff. It just makes it a little safer, but it's really not. It's pretty normal for me to just end up changing a lot of things, and you can't even, to the point you can't even recognize where I started from. It's a bit honestly, it's also a bit more a psychological thing, kind of like breaks you out of the fear of the blank page, starting from scratch. You'll see me flipping the character a lot too, because this is always good. I mean, it's a very well-known trick that the illustrators tend to use, because it forces your brain to see it new, and so you get a better sense of your mistakes when you're doing this. So you'll see me flipping a character back and forth very often. So let's say, I wonder if I kind of want to see if I could maybe have him not completely flat on screen, but a little bit more like 3/4, I feel like doing this sometimes just helps a lot to give a little bit more of an interesting something a little bit more dynamic than just really flat. So you have to imagine that So the belt, I'll go relatively dark for now, but we'll see what we do with it. Right now, it's just a matter of trying to block out where things should be. Doesn't really matter if it's extremely well done or not. I'm just gonna. Usually I like to try and get all the main things in place. Even if it's not great, but at least just to get a sense of, scale and proportion, that sort of stuff. Not sure what to do with the legs. I don't know if it's appropriate to have him just like, I don't know if it's the best for him to have that sort of pose with legs apart. Yeah, I'm not really not sure. So I think you can see how really how really messy and ugly things are in the beginning. Sometimes they tend to stay that way, unfortunately, for a while. But the idea is to try and just move relatively quickly in the beginning, because if you're moving too slow, I feel like you there is a certain energy in a pose, or like a something that is easier to convey if you go broad strokes and fast. If you start doing this very slowly, like if I was doing, this sort of like, okay, this is the shoulder, okay, and then here maybe the arms a little too fat, then it would be really hard to get a sense of like a dynamic pose, and also what would happen is that most likely I would get attached to something that I've spent a lot of time doing, and even if it's wrong, then I would be too lazy to change it because it took me just too much time to get there. But when you're doing this sort of stuff, well, if you messed up, it's not such a big deal because you really didn't spend too much time. So you can just go like, oh no, that wasn't good, do it again, change the legs, and it's not such a big, pain in the butt that you have to like redo everything carefully. So I mean, it's just a normal thing that most people who do illustration and stuff, whether it's pixel art or not, will tend to do. They'll try and block in things really fast in the beginning, so that they don't get bogged down into the details, and they don't waste a lot of time when things don't pan out the way they wanted. I have to be careful with size too, because I mean, he's big, I mean, that's one of the main defining features of Jason, is that he's supposed to be pretty tall and buff. So I have to make sure that he doesn't end up the same size as David Lightman from War Games. That would be a little odd. But the tricky thing with at that size in pixel art is that it's so small that even 2 pixels can make a huge difference. I'll try to show you an example of this. Let's say This is probably one of the smallest guys that I made. This is Tony Montana in Scarface, a movie I really love from Brian De Palma. I think it was '83. But you know, if you know Al Pacino, he's a fairly small guy, and that's one of the interesting things in the character is that he's the smallest of all, but he's so aggressive and fearless that everyone that he really manages to climb up the ranks in the organized crime. But you see, he's very small. And then we'll take, for instance, let's say this is very tall. We'll take maybe. Well, let's take the Predator. Predator is like arguably the biggest of all. It's a very, very big character. Oh, even like, let's say Terminator T-800 because I see him there. Now, if I put him right next to him, you know, he looks like significantly bigger, higher, but when you look at it, it's really not that many pixels, you know. One, info, it's 5 pixels higher, so it's really not that big of a deal, but it's enough to make him look really, really bigger, and so it's really tricky to get the size right. They always you adjust one and then the other one, then another one gets smaller, and then you adjust this one, and then it's sort of this trickling effect that happens, and you end up like pulling your hair out to try and get us all the characters to look fairly consistent in terms of their scale. And it can be perfect. I mean, I'm not aiming for it to be perfect. Like I said, I do this for fun. Doesn't really matter if it's perfect, you know, or not. Obviously, this guy is not in scale at all, because he should be, you know, about that size probably. The Iron Giant. You see the little guy in his hand. But for the other ones, I try to make them roughly about correct. So back to our Jason here. I'm gonna save. I haven't saved once since started. I think I want him to be a little bigger than Ash. So maybe around here. Then I have to be careful with, because you know, like where the, because I can't just do this, you know, because if I do that, then his legs, they're going to be way too long compared to his waist, you know, where his waist is. So if I want him to be that big, that means that probably I need to have his bust a little higher, as well as the legs. I can't just, you know, elongate the legs. I have to sort of work everything at the same time. So we'll try to get, one of the things that I like to do to scale out characters like this really quickly is just take a selection and just do that sort of stuff, you know. I don't even have to really paint or fill in the lines. I just want to get a sense of where, you know, we are. And you can see now the waist is a little higher, as you would expect from a bigger guy, but it's not all legs, so it's a little bit better. And I will keep adjusting the size quite a bit. He looks actually quite tall because he's a little bit you know, his legs are a little bit bent, so actually Logan 5 looks probably a bit too tall, but that's fine. I can fix that later. So we'll try and do something like this ish. We'll try this for now. So back to it. We'll push the, now we can fill in the parts that we scaled up. maybe the belt around here. This guy. And this, honestly, I would say, to me, this spot is the most important. It might look ugly and annoying to see the character in such a bad state, but I think it's really important to try and get this right, because after that, it's putting the detail in. It's really not that the most difficult. But getting the silhouette to read right, and the scale and everything, and the pose, it's really what makes or breaks a character, usually, to me. So I try to be mindful of that, and to really put a little bit of effort into this spot, instead of sort of rushing into the details, which is can be the fun part. Honestly, I mean, putting all the little details and spending time to do everything right, it's fun, but if you jump to this too early, you can end up I think you can end up in trouble. So I try to just really I try not to skip steps if possible. It's possible that at this point I will start adding a little bit more detail here and there when they serve a purpose, in terms of like the crotch area. Is it too long, or I always end up doing this wrong? So sometimes putting a little line like where the zipper would be would give it just gives you a little bit better sense of, like, you look at it like trousers, like pants now, not like just naked legs. So sometimes just doing this helps up just a little bit. So let's not forget, I wanted, if possible, I wanted to try and see if I could have him a little bit 3/4. So I'm gonna try and put some shadowing in there to just and force myself to offset the center to the right. So for this, I will use the where the shirt would be buttoned. We're gonna flip now, just to see. So this is a good it's always a good exercise. And you see right now this starts to look like 3/4, like he's facing this way, but this looks just flat. So I think here it means that I need to do something about that. Offset the center of the legs as well, and we'll see if we can if there's any way to make this work. I'm just gonna see what I was saying in terms of like going fast, and because right now it's looking really bad, but I don't care that I mess it up, because it didn't take a long time. So it's just better to do a little faster. So legs for me always take a long time. I'm really bad at them. I kind of wonder. Yeah, I don't know actually. See, and this is a typical problem when you don't like it. It shows that I don't really know what I'm doing. Like I'm just looking for something, but I'm not like I don't have a real strong pose or like intention in mind. And this is always this will always bite you. But I don't have a good reference. And I didn't really want to look for one. I was just in a hurry to start. But that's okay. We'll try and make it work. And it's okay if it takes a little bit of time. I mean, it's just part of trying to do something. It can't just come for free. You have to fight for it a little bit. Now this all looks all wrong. Looks like he's sort of leaning backwards now. Like leaning back, almost like he's about to fall. So it was one of the things with characters is that you want to try and find something that feels like a character is standing and has a good balance. Zooming out always very important. It's hard to judge of something if you just look at it like this. You don't like if you work like this all the time, you'll end up doing something very detailed, but that might be completely wrong in terms of perspective, proportion, scale, anything, silhouette. So I always force myself to look at things from a distance. Let's see on a white. I think it's very important to do that. So this is a bit better. Yeah, I think this is getting somewhere. We'll try to get the impression. Right now, I'm not too worried about that, but we'll try to get the impression of pants that are a little bit tattered, and because you don't expect that character to be all clean, even though he's pretty clean in this model, but I think we can take some artistic license with that a little bit. Always check the scale, because right, he's starting to take a lot of size. Is becoming really big, so I have to be a little bit conscious of that. I'm not sure what I want to do with the arms or anything yet. Like I said, I kind of started like you shouldn't, like I said. You know, but it's fine. You just have to live with it. If you decide to do this, then you have to be kind of ready to pay the price and struggle a little bit. Personally, like at that point, I don't really mind it because, like I said, it's kind of like my first stream in a long time, so I haven't prepared that much, and I'm just kind of working this as it goes. Let's try to plan a little bit now, maybe. So, do we want? I wonder. I kind of like the axe though, so I wonder if I want to give him the axe in that end. And then what will this end do? Also imagine that even though his body, this is something I tend to do a lot, even though his body is turned this way, more or less, a little bit more, I think his head might be just facing us. Or even turn the other way. This is always something that looks a little bit cooler, like the character is sort of like scanning the environment or something. You'll see me doing this a lot. Having the body turn one way, and like here, see, bodies turn this way, but the face is pointing that way. I tend to do this quite a bit. Same thing here. See this guy? His body is sort of facing like like something like this, you know, and but face is this way. I tend to do this quite a bit. It just makes them a little cooler. But I mean, it's not like a rule or anything. You don't have to do this. But I feel like in this case, I think it might be cool. We have to be careful not to make the head too big because then it'll look like a little cartoon character. It's always like but he's wearing a mask, so and the mask is pretty big. So we can probably afford a little bit of a bigger head that that I would normally do for that size. But it's a bit tricky. It's going to be one that I think will probably take a little bit of time to find. I'm still not sure what I'm gonna do with this arm. I have to find something. Maybe, let's say, yeah, I really don't know what to do with this. So let me go back. And sometimes it's good to, for me at least, to sort of pause, and reflect a little bit, rather than just scribbling, and painting for no reason. Sometimes I think it's valuable to just stop for a moment and try to figure, okay, what is it that we want to do with this guy? You'll see me do this also often. I'll have the partially hidden arm, or the back arm, darker than the front one. This gives a lot of form to a character and volume, and it's pretty easy to do. Let me see if I can find a good example of that. It's not something that I would always do, but the same thing with the legs. Sometimes it's a good thing to do. Like for instance, here you see his leg is very much like back there, partially hidden, so in shadow. So I tend to do this leg darker. This arm too is darker than this one. So it looks like the light is hitting him on this side, and this whole part of the body is in shadow. Same thing here. You see the sleeve there from the outfit. All of this is in shadow. All that's in front takes direct light, so is a little bit brighter. This is a good example. Our front leg is in light, but our back leg is in shadow, so that's why they are different. And also, to suggest bent arms and bent legs, I tend to do the same. So the light hits this leg and the thigh from the top, and so the calf is in shadow because it's recessed, and so that's why the value is going down. This is a really good trick. Same thing, her back arm is darker because supposedly hidden, shadowed by her own body or something like this. You don't really have to justify it every time, but as long as it sort of makes sense, it helps a lot to give a sense of form to a character, so it's not too flat. I tend to do that quite often. So I guess we'll do that probably here too. This is not a bad pose, but I'm just a bit worried that it looks a little bit too like superhero, a little bit too cool, for this guy. I mean, it's very tempting because it just looks cool, but I don't know if it's in character. And I feel like it's really important when you're doing a character to try and find a pose that fits that character. Not everyone can stand like like a superhero. Give an example of for Luke Skywalker. I remember spending quite a bit of time trying to figure out a pose, and I ended up doing this because it's all compact, all compressed. Everything is there's no like real like wild motions and arms, and the silhouette is pretty compact, and so this looks very defensive. And I felt like for Luke, he's more of a defensive character in my opinion. That he's not like attacking or anything. He's more of a someone who protects the other or whatever. So this is not too aggressive of a pose, and it fits him better than some other things that I could have done. Like for instance, if I have added him with arms up like this, and swinging his weapon, I think it would have been a little odd for him. But for Leatherface, the crazier the better, you know, and the more aggressive the better. So I guess this is something that you probably want to think of, I guess, when you're making a character. But it's true that this character tends to spend a lot of time just basically standing there, you know, not doing much. I mean, this is, or just walking very straight towards the next victim. He's not doing much. So this is not necessarily, I think, completely off for him. But you could argue that maybe the legs could be more a bit more straight, maybe. I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I mean, this might not be the best for him. And the legs seem too short, so I think what we're gonna do is bring down a little bit, give him a bit more leg and less torso. I think you're gonna see me, like I said, I will struggle with the legs for a while. Let me go back to those. You know, there's one thing that I want to do first, though. This is the history is very convenient for that. So one thing that I think really bothers me is that there's always this leaning back. That's a problem. So I think I just need to. Usually, for this, I'll just use selections and just. This might be a bit better. Try to correct this thing that he seems like he's still leaning. Oops. And you see, I will not most of the time when when I do when I paint the limbs, and when I block out like this, I will use a bigger brush than just the 1 pixel, because it's just faster, and it's good when because sometimes if I want a limb to have a certain thickness, then it's better to just paint it at the right thickness directly. It's just to get a clean shape. But of course, when we get to the point where I really have to make things final, then I will go. I will switch to 1 pixel. But right now we don't. Yeah, we don't need to do that. I think having the legs to work with the upper body is sometimes tricky. You can. I think it's easy to draw legs that look good by themselves, or vice versa, the torso that looks good by itself. But it's a much different story to try and have them both work together as like one character. And the thing is, once usually once I have once that block out is done, then making the final is actually quite fast. It's not something that will take hours. It's really I think it's really that part that is the most difficult. Detailing is it's really not that. It's not that long, actually. And you won't see me using a lot of different shades and colors in the beginning, because I really just want to get a sense of where light hits, and where it ends, and what's in shadow, what's in light, and that's about it. So I don't need a lot of different tones for that. Just two is usually enough. So lots of as you can see, lots of back and forth, and I'll just copy and quickly keep that version, because I want to try something quite different there with the arms, so that's why probably not. Thing is, with him, I feel like he has to be relatively stiff, you know, in his pose, and stiff is not the most dynamic or interesting. So that's kind of like it's kind of like the paradox there. You kind of want a cool pose for a character. Like something super dynamic like this guy, or her, or this guy, like holding the gun, or him. But when you think of Jason, at least to me, I don't really feel like he's the kind of guy like showing off, or having like those cool, interesting poses that are like, it's just too fancy for him. Um, so he's more like that sort of like blind menace that just is like a Terminator. Really, he just keeps going after you, and but it doesn't really show any sort of he doesn't have cool moves, or he doesn't fight in an interesting way or anything. It's just basically just um it's just a very brutal, basic killer, and that's it's cool on screen, but it's not always interesting as a one image. So that's kind of like my issue right there with him. So I need to find a way to sort of balance this out, making the pose interesting enough that it's not completely boring, but at the same time I can't really make him too cool, if that sort of makes sense. I don't know. Just trying to figure if we should see the side very quickly. I can tell you that rendering the mask is gonna be a real pain doing the mask, because it's gonna look super goofy. So to make it cool, I think we're gonna have an interesting time ahead of us. But right now I'm not too worried about that. Just want to see if I should see the side of the face. We'll choose an arbitrary color right now. So maybe it's interesting to suggest a little bit of the side. And this, the reason why you would think, you would probably wonder, like, why would I bother with that now? Because, you know, it's not, I'm still blocking out. It's because I want to get a sense of how much I need to rotate the head, and without sort of showing the backside, it's hard to convey. So I'm just trying to figure out, with that pose, is it okay to turn his head that much, or should we be a bit more front facing, you know? So it's kind of like the reason, I guess. Oh boy, that's gonna be tricky, that mask, I know it. Because it's gonna look just so silly, and it's gonna ruin the character. So we'll see. We'll get to that. One thing that I really like in 6, I wanted to show you this, is he's got this shirt, and it sort of it's buttoned very high up, and it makes this interesting silhouette where you know, it's all like there's no neck. It's almost like mask on torso, you know, almost no neck. I think that's very much part of that character. If I can find another, I'll try to find another picture real quick that I thought was really good for that. I just bought 6. Let's see, there was one that I thought was pretty good for that. He's got a very particular silhouette. Part 6. I guess you can see it there a little bit too. You know, it's like no neck, like shoulders go right into face. There you can see it there. It's pretty good too. See, it makes him look very brutal. Like, this is not I guess this is not 6. Maybe this is probably, which one is this? Maybe this is, no, this is probably 6. Yeah, this is 6. But you see, like, how, like, he looks very buff and very brutal because he's got no neck basically. So I think, oh, this one's good too. See, it's like a big triangle. I think this is very important for that version. So kind of want to try and convey this if I can. It might not be like, you know, like something that we need to push too much, but maybe just getting a sense of it might be nice. So maybe, you know, maybe something a little bit like this. Well, I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do that, but I'll try, you know, we'll see. I think that head turned that way might be okay. There's enough, I think there's enough angle rotation. We'll flip it just to see. Yeah, I think it might be okay. I don't know what you guys think. I think it might be fine. We'll leave it like this for now. So now I feel like we're getting to a point where I start to feel the character a little bit, you know, like he's not completely just a random mass of gobbled pixels. He's more like Jason, you know. Um, he's big though. He's, my God, he's big. He's wait. I mean, we could have fun with it and say, hey, we're just gonna make him really big. But I think it might be a bit too much. I mean, he's just as tall as the freaking predator. You know, predator has bent legs there, so he's even taller than that. So I guess we could probably. But you see, he's too big. Well, actually, T800, I'm gonna remake it. I don't like him anymore. That's my problem. I tend to look back and think, oh god, no, this is bad, and then start messing up with old, sprites. But I guess a lot of people tend to do that. It's fine, probably. Next to Jessica Rabbit. That's what I like to do. What I like about doing this too is that it's funny because after that I can make those little, little family photos with characters that have absolutely nothing to do with each other, and it's kind of fun to see them together. And to tell you the truth, that was based on an idea of a game that I had where I wanted all the characters to be actually iconic characters from movies from the 70s and the 80s. And imagine having and you start with one, and then as you go, you can pretty much recruit in your party anyone, and so you could end up with a party with Jason next to Dorothy, next to Nurse Ratched, and next to MacReady from The Thing, and imagine all the sort of like the weird synergies because they all have their own specific talents and weaknesses, and see all those weird synergies going on, and those improbable teams actually doing pretty good. But we'll see. I mean, this is just something I have in the back of my head for a few years now. We'll see if it ever pans out. But anyway, back to our friend there. I think we'll still be a little bit reasonable and try to scale down just a bit. That's the beauty of pixel art. It took me literally 2 seconds to make him just a little bit smaller, and we like that a lot because if I had to do a real painting, it would be much harder to do. That's what I love about pixel art. You can really do things very quickly, change things around, and it's still quite fun because it doesn't involve massive construction projects. When you have to like rescale a character or change the pose or anything, you can do it pretty quickly. I'm gonna take a little sip from my glass, so just give me a second. Yeah, I'm back. It's a bit hot in my room because I have the PC working just for the stream. I wish I could stream directly with just my MacBook, but it's not powerful enough to handle both Photoshop and the encoding at the same time, unfortunately. In a second, I'm just checking something real quick. Yep, sorry about that. So okay, let's go back with him. there was some really funny thing then, like actually, if you watch the movies now, I don't know, like maybe somebody, if you guys are like real fans, but part two is very funny for all the wrong reasons. There is a I don't know what I feel like they didn't do it on purpose. I'm not quite sure, but part two, I think Steve Miner did it. Um, this is really very much like when the first time when Jason appears as an adult, and he's killing the teens around. But he's so goofy, it's crazy. I mean, he's just so clumsy. He keeps falling down and 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 tripping on stuff and face planting, and it's just freaking hilarious. Like, I was just laughing out loud. I can't. He's just so incompetent at killing that. I mean, it's either he kills right there someone, but with the last girl, he's completely incompetent. He can't chase her properly. He keeps tripping and falling and bumping into shit, and it's just so hilarious. It's really funny to see. It reminds me of that. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I almost want to. We're gonna look for it real quick. I don't know if you guys remember this thing or about this. It reminds me of that thing. I think it was in a video game. I think it was in Heavy Rain. You know that quick time event game where you just have to click at the right moment for something to just to play, and it's all like press X at the right moment, press triangle. And there was this guy, he did this thing in Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain Faye. Yeah, that's the one. So let me show you this real quick. So this, unfortunately, you won't have the sound, I think, because but it's fine. So basically, the guy, just as an experiment, decides to go through the entire sequence. It's chase, like you're chasing after a bad guy, and you have to press the buttons at the right moment in order to to catch the guy. But in fact, if you just keep missing every single quick time event, every single button hit, you will still go through it just normally, and you will still catch the guy. It's crazy. But so this is like probably the worst game design ever, but it's hilarious because the guy keeps, they had to keep coming with stuff that would happen to sort of supposedly slow you down when you miss, and so it ends up with like the most ridiculous chase ever. I'll show you real quick. So he's after this guy, I think. And he's like, hey, he's asking, he's doing his investigation, and then all of a sudden, the bad guy decides to split because he knows he's gonna get caught. So see, this is the first miss, and then here miss, and it's like he awkwardly steps over the guy, and here he's gonna get hit by the car, and it's all near miss all the time. Gets completely run over by the car. Then he's gonna bump into this person, and he keeps missing. And this really reminds me of part two for some reason. Like, Jason cannot ever do something without bumping into a tree or tripping over some wire or something. It's just ridiculous. And I guess they did this in the film because they figured, well, we can't have him, kill her right away. She has to escape in a way, and she has to, I mean, she's the final girl after all. But they couldn't make it in a way that it looks, convincing or interesting. It just looks really silly. So watch part two. I think you'll see what I mean when you'll see this. And part six, that's why I like really part six as a movie, because they actually played with that. They figured, well, what the hell, we know it's a ridiculous theme, and we know that girl would never stand a chance in reality if she was chased by that, chased by that big guy with an axe. And so they played with it a lot better, I think. And they sort of like, I think those movies, they're way better when they're a little bit self-aware, than the ones that really take themselves very seriously. But that's why I love Army of Darkness, because I think this film is absolutely brilliant. I could watch it over and over again. I mean, that scene when he's with the book and he has to say the phrase, and the magician told him, "Look, you really have to say the words," and he's like, "Klatu verada niktu," and he makes him repeat the sentence like 4 times to make sure that he knows it. And sure enough, Ash Williams, when he's about to take the book, he can't remember the last word, and so he sort of coughs it like, "Oh, I said it." Oh man, this is just so funny. Yeah, this is great. And Bruce Campbell is just, he's the master. And actually, if you guys are like the Evil Dead, I really recommend the TV show. Like, I would have never bet like a cent on this. Like, they were like 30 minutes, sort of sitcom sized. For TV, I mean, everything, all the components for Fade were there. I was like, there's just no way this is going to be any good. And turns out this is one of the best shows I've seen recently. It's not particularly recent, but I've seen it. I've sort of binge watched it recently, and it's hilarious. It's well done. It's well acted. It's the dialogue is great. It's honestly is a gem, and I'm surprised not that many people talk about it, and I'm so bummed that they discontinued it. I think there's 3 seasons, and then they stopped. But oh man, really good. It's very much Evil Dead true and true, but as a TV show, and it works just perfectly. So good, really good. Something I'm gonna do now, because I tend to paint always too light and too decontrasted. It's just something that I do. It's not necessarily so that's why I end up always doing a little bit of that when I'm at some point in the painting. Let's see, I'll do this and just add some contrast. When you add contrast, it will saturate things too, so you have to be a bit careful with that. In that case, I don't mind it, because all the characters, they're a little bit stylized, so they're all a little bit too colorful, more colorful than they are in reality. I mean, you look at Ash, his shirt is not that bright of a blue, vibrant of a blue, but I like all the characters to look a little bit more like a gamey, like a video game, like when you look at Street Fighter characters or stuff like that. They're just a little more, for me, a little more appealing when they're a little more colorful. So even skin tones, they're a little bit more saturated than they should be normally if you were to paint those characters realistically, I guess. But as sort of, they're like little, game assets, like 2D pixel characters. So I felt like it's appropriate to have them a little bit more saturated than you would normally do. So I think in that case, it's probably fine for him. What do we name him now? Because he's starting to get to be Jason. So we can't, at this point, I think we kind of have to decide what kind of weapon we're gonna give him. Technically, I should give him the pole. I mean, the wrought iron fence, which I really don't like. Like that spear is just, yeah, I'm really not a fan of the spear. But that's the titular weapon for part 6. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's part of it. So I'm not sure. I mean, he yields the machete too at some point. So I could go with the machete, but you know the weapon that I really like in Friday the 13th is the double-bladed axe. To me, that's the coolest looking. Like, I mean, look at this. This is really just so awkward, you know? Like, ugh. And on top of that, it's a wrought iron fence, so it kind of looks silly. You know, he's got a little spade there. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know if I can do that. I guess I should, but I could also pretend. So he's got also the machete. So I guess we could do the machete, but I missed the axe, honestly. Which one is it when he has the double-bladed axe? I think it's part 5. Is it? Let's see. Does he have the... Doesn't know. It doesn't have the axe in this. So, you guys probably know that part 5 Jason is, oh yeah, there you go. This is I like this axe. Kind of like this one. But technically in part 6 he never has. But I mean, who cares, honestly, right? Who knows if he hasn't had the axe and we haven't seen it on screen at some point. I mean, I'll just pretend, whatever. But it's yeah, see. But to come back to really to part 5, you guys probably know that part 5 is the only one, to my knowledge, that has the blue chevrons on the mask, and also, more importantly, Jason in this one is not Jason. It's just a guy who took his identity. Jason is technically dead at that point, and that guy Roy is a paramedic. Because his son, I think, gets killed in the camp by one of the one of the guys there. He wants revenge and sort of tries to pin this on Jason for some reason, which is really ridiculous. I mean, I don't even understand where that comes from, but anyway, that's the story. And so he dons the mask and starts hacking people around, all people that have absolutely nothing to do with the murder of his son anyway. So very bizarre story. And he's got the blue chevrons, and yeah, it's very silly. I think this is the worst film of the whole lot, for me at least. I don't even understand this one, honestly. But that's the story. So in this one, he's called Roy and not Jason. That's the guy there. He's got the fake, because he has hair, you know. So, and Jason doesn't have hair, so he puts this sort of like fake latex skull so that people think this is Jason. But that's I mean, that seems so convoluted and weird to do that, all of that, to just pin the murder of people on a guy that's supposedly being cremated anyway. So it's just like, it's so ridiculous. But anyway, this is the story. This is good. This is 6. Who likes 6? I'm gonna try and put the shoes, the feet, and see if, because the feet will take some space and will make him look bigger and taller. So I just want to make sure. So I guess dark boots. Why not? And that's pretty much what you expect to see. So we'll just go real quick. Again, this is not really you don't have to go like super crazy detail, just quick, fast, just to get a sense. I think in terms of size, it's probably acceptable. I'm not sure, but that feels about right to me. What's cool is that even though, I mean, he's taller, but he's also way bigger. You see how wide his torso is compared uh, to David Lightman. He seems wider than bigger than most people. So I think it's probably right. I need to scale up poor Mad Max there. It looks so skinny. It doesn't seem right to me. There's so many mistakes that are made, but what can you do? You know, it's part of it. You can't. It's hard to get everything really right. So I tend to go back. I think it's all right. Is there Freddy there? Oh, Freddy versus Jason. That was another interesting experiment that they did. Not sure it was great, but I'm gonna be honest. I didn't dislike it entirely. I thought there was some cool stuff in it. And I was rooting for Jason all the way. I don't know why. I think to me, Freddy he's very much like a dick. You know, he's like I can't like he's truly evil. I don't for some reason I don't see Jason as an evil character, so to speak. He's more like, you know, vengeful and sad because I mean he drowned because some people couldn't be competent enough to, you know, watch over him when he was a kid, and then after that he saw his mother, or probably saw his mother being decapitated by one of those idiot teens. So I mean I can't really say that I don't understand where he's coming from, you know. So and then he's just a big, you know, he's crazy. So I don't but Freddy is just, first of all, I mean, I don't remember. I don't quite remember. Freddy was kind of a weirdo, and he got burned by kids. Oh no, he got no, you know, he was abusing kids. Yeah, he was a kid abuser, and then he got burned by the parents or something. So he's a true dig. He's a true evil character. And then he's I mean, he obviously takes a lot of pleasure in torturing people in their dreams and stuff. So I feel like Freddy is, yeah, he's just a dick. So I was rooting for Jason all along. And I guess most people probably did. Yeah, I like Jason better for that matter. So let's try and finish this guy, because I keep talking and this is me. I'm sorry. I tend to ramble quite a lot. If you've seen me streaming in the past, and you know I do that. So I'm sorry. Let's try and get this in a better place. One little trick that I show you, that I tend to do, you can go in Photoshop. You can go Arrange, New Window. Like this is this document called 1985 Assets. You go Arrange, New Window 4, and then you get you can have different levels of zoom magnification on both. So what you can do is keep a little window on the side like this, right? And then you can go into here, bigger detail if you want, and you'll see the result there in real time. So it's pretty good if you want to keep an eye on the overall character as a whole, you know, and then but without sacrificing your ability to work into detail. The legs feel too fat and too short, so I think I'll go a little less fat to start with, and if it's not enough, then we'll add 1 pixel of legs maybe. I think I'm gonna do that right away anyway. It doesn't feel quite right. Oops. I think his head is on a different layer for some reason. Or maybe I didn't select it. No, that's why. Just 1 pixel of text. And he may look too tall now compared to other characters, but we'll see. We'll fix this later if we need to. I think it's still fine, probably. We'll just do this for now. I guess what I was talking about, weapon, I haven't made a decision. See, this is a telling sign. I can't make a call because I just don't want that stupid spear, and that's why. So I pretend to forget, but we're gonna have to make a call at some point, you know. Those angles are really terrible. They're the worst. If you draw in pixel art, you know what I mean. It's because you get this sort of like horrible edge there that looks anything but good. That's why I tend to do a lot of paint a lot of characters with the legs like this, spread apart, because they look better in pixel. You know, they have a nicer, cleaner edge. But unfortunately, see, this is good. But like I said, these types of legs, they're not, to me, they don't fit the character. It's a bit too cool and too superhero-ic. So maybe we'll have to find sort of a system there that's sort of like in between a little bit, just so that you can avoid those steps. You know, the steps, they're really bad. So in a one thing you could do is do the anti-aliasing. So you can do it by hand. So what I'll do is take this color, see, I pick it, and then here I paint 50%, and then see, and then I'll do this, and then maybe I'll do a 20%, and now you have a much smoother edge. You look at it. This is interesting for the this is good to have the small window for that. So see, we'll see. Look here in this window. I'll smooth. Now I'll go back and remove all this, and you see, boom, how strong and steppy this looks compared to this. So this is basic anti-aliasing, but because I like problems, I've decided almost not to do anti-aliasing on any of those characters. I mean, it's kind of a joke. It's not because, you know, I want trouble on purpose, but the reason is because I feel like then they kind of lose their sort of a pixel art quality in a way. It's hard to explain. So I do a little bit of anti-aliasing sometimes when it's really just straight up too offensive, or sometimes I'll use alternate colors, like in between colors, especially for little details inside a character that I can't render any other way. But for the most part, I try not to. So I'll try to find some examples of that. See, there's a little bit here because I want the fabric to look a little bit more smooth and not too hard. Then I'll add an extra little color here just to smooth out the edge a little bit Same thing here. It's good for fabric because otherwise they look too hard. But on the outside of a character, uh, aesthetically, at least to me, I prefer to have the silhouette a little harder, not too so then I'll just try and find a way to to make it look okay. And this is really it comes down to a choice of finding the right sort of a curve or line. In this case, it's okay because it's like about the same size, all the steps. Here it's bad because there's only two, and one is really big. So maybe then in that case I'll have to change just a little bit the leg, and trying to find a way to make this work. I don't like the fact that it's affecting the pose, so I try not to because I don't want to end up with like legs wide apart, but maybe I can just do a little bit of something in there, just to help out a little bit. So it's always kind of a little bit of a balancing act, you have to find what works. And here now you see that I'm getting a slower and more a little more measured with how I paint, because I'm at a point where it's the foundation is good enough that I have to be a little bit more careful about what I do. We're slowly sort of entering the territory of like detailing and shading, or however you want to call that. And I tend to jump a lot around the character. There is really no particular reason for that. It's just me, I guess, being not very focused. I don't know why I do that, but I tend to do that all the time. I just keep jumping around instead of finishing the legs once and for all. I guess it's also because I like to get a sense of the character as a whole, like everything at the same time. So so I jump a little bit because I'm afraid that things won't work together, and so I try to make things to sort of like how can I say this? I try to work things up at the same time, in quality. Now's the time to start looking at reference a little better. So those, I guess those pockets should probably be suggested. I may need a color that's a little less strong for that, because otherwise they'll. Generally, the rule is the stronger the contrast, the bigger the thing looks. So if I paint a black pixel across like this, it looks really fat and big compared to the character, right? But if I do this, this looks smaller in comparison. It looks less fat than this because the color is a little less, there's less contrast. So that's why here I will usually try and for smaller details, I'll try to a color that is a little less dark. Why am I not doing all that? Here I'm just going to experiment a little bit with the pockets. I'm not sure this is a good idea to have them in, but we'll just try really quickly. How high they are? Probably about there. And this is really the challenge of pixel art, is that at that size everything looks just enormous, and it's really easy to get to mess things up and for things to look just goofy and cartoony and ridiculous because it's just too big. So sometimes it's best to just lose, just entirely lose a certain detail feature, and just you just have to live with the fact that well, there's just no room to put it, and sometimes it's worth fighting, I think, a little bit for a while and see if there's any way to get it still. So I guess that's where we are right now, just trying to see if it's doable really. Sorry. Something I forgot to mention too, I guess, is if you guys have like questions, or you wonder about something, just don't hesitate to tell me. I can stop and maybe explain or come back to something that I did. I tend to. I don't always realize, especially because I know that sometimes people are interested in just the pure technical aspect of things, especially in Photoshop, if they want to use Photoshop, and they don't really see what kind of tool I'm using, because I'm so used to use the shortcuts that you never see me go in those things. You'll see here, you'll see things changing like this, but if I don't, but I won't like actually go click there because I use the shortcut. Same thing, for instance, you'll see me doing this, for instance, and then instead of like picking this, and instead of painting this color, it'll do this, and you'll be like, how come this is so? And it's because I just changed the opacity there, took this color and paint at 10%, and the way I do it is with the shortcuts. You see there, it's changing. So sometimes I'll do stuff like this, and people will wonder like why this happened, and that's that's okay to ask, it's totally fine if you're interested in this, of course. we'll see what we can do with this. So it's a little bit awkward to have it there like this, not doing anything. So here I kind of want to do the the open shirt there. I think it's quite important for this character, so we'll see if we can. At this point, I'm confident enough that I'm probably not going to change the overall shape, that I can start, doing a little bit more detail. I think it would be interesting to try and suggest this color there, which really casts a shadow, and most of the time that's the only way you can actually convey something is with the lighting. So instead of trying to like, if you had a drawing, then you would actually draw the thing and then shade it and whatever, but you can't do this because there's just not enough space, right? So then what you have to do is, at least in my experiences, then you just have to decompose the thing into their values. So you have dark value, so this is like 1 pixel, 2 pixel, right? And this is like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like this. And this way you can convey a lot of things that you would not necessarily think possible, just because you use the lighting instead of, you paint the lighting, but you don't really try to represent the the detail in particular. You don't try to really draw, but you paint really just the lighting. So here we'll try to go a bit dark. And this is where sometimes the fun or the frustration can be quite intense, because it's all about, like, 1 pixel will change everything. And sometimes I like that part, but sometimes it can get frustrating for sure. So see, we're trying to get what I was mentioning a little earlier is the fact that there's no neck, and that color comes up pretty high. So we can try that a little bit. Sure. So yeah, sometimes this sort of stuff then can take a serious amount of time to figure out. But if you can make it work, or find it quite satisfying if it works, and when it works, And of course, it can be. I mean, it's rarely gonna be perfect. It's gonna be, well, this is the best I can get with the pixels that I have, and that's it's part of it. You can't just, you have to sort of go with that fact that sometimes things will not be exactly as you were hoping. It's funny because sometimes you just happen to find a magic pixel that perfectly does what you wanted, then it can be a little bit of luck. But that's okay. When you have luck, you should take it. Happy accidents, they're really part of any sort of a creative process, I think. See, I'm still struggling with this paw there. I don't know how wide I want him to be, but I feel like, yeah, this is a bit. Oh, this mask, I'm absolutely terrified at the idea of actually trying to do the mask. Yeah, this one's gonna be, this is not gonna be fun, I guarantee you. I think it might end up just, like I said, being a bit disappointing in the end, because maybe there's just no way of making it really that cool. But we'll try. I mean, we're not gonna give up too soon. Here, this is a part where we're gonna have to use a bit more different colors, because we need to convey the fact that it's a bit round. There's the nose somewhere, but you see, this is already looking a little silly. But it's okay to, I think it's fine to, again, it's fine to fail at sort of stuff quite a bit for a moment, until you finally you know, something clicks. I mean, it's just inevitable that it's gonna look maybe just really bizarre until you can find something that works. Because like I said, you know, I really like that round sort of face, but round and pixel is unfortunately not very compatible, especially at that size. So that's gonna be there's gonna be quite a bit of back and forth in there. Because if I try to put the nose in, I know it's gonna look stupid. So I have to, it's gonna be really a matter of trying to find a way to suggest things rather than making them or painting them, you know. And sometimes it's just that one pixel you do, and it's sort of like is enough to suggest what you want. Look at this guy, isn't that funny? Look, he's a little clown now. Perfect. Because here's the problem, the mask is really all the little holes. I mean, that's what makes the mask, because if we remove the let's say, I'll draw really quickly, Say we take our reference there and we paint out the holes, then it's really just not the same thing anymore, right? Then it's just a big goofy head. That's the problem. So but the problem is, if you look at the proportion in the scale, how big the eyes are compared to, so even those 2 pixels, I mean, there have to be the eyes, right? So it means that we can't even have a single hole in the mask. So how do we solve that? So it's either we just ditch the other holes, we just don't draw them and that's it, or we can make them, suggest them like really tiny, like I said, using maybe a color that is very much lighter. But even that, it's not gonna be great, you know. Yeah, not great. So this one, like I said, this is gonna be an interesting one. I'm gonna have to already fight that one. The eyes too, you see they're very close to each other in the head. But again, this is too much apart, and this is too close. So we would need sort of an half pixel. So that means that we'll have to make them look a little closer by using other colors. Yeah, this one, ugh, this one's not fun. Let's go back to simple. I have the feeling this is gonna take some time. So I hope you guys can bear with me for a little while, because this one's gonna take a little bit of time. Because you see what happens there is that part that's in shadow sort of like meshes into the nose. Yeah, very tricky to do. Honestly, not sure at all how I can make this. It is too big, too long. And so there's those things like, you know, attaching like the straps for the head. They might be good. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be. Sometimes it's like a little detail like this can help just understanding. But we're not sure already. Move this. And the thing is, I can't just, you know, give up and say, yeah, whatever, head doesn't matter, because then what's the point of even, you know, making the character? We really have to. I mean, this is the first thing people look at. You know, you look at the eyes. You look at when you look at a character. You look at the head, and even a sort of a semi-faceless character. You will look at that. Though that's kind of tricky. And then there's the chevron on top of it, just to make things even more complicated, which is really very iconic too. So you could say, hey, it's okay, we'll just, you know, we'll forget it, we won't put it. But if I do that, I can guarantee you that someone, when they'll see it, they'll say, hey, you forgot the red chevron, because this is what they know about the character, and they're right, you know. And so then you'll be like trying to explain, well, but you know, it's too small and blah blah. But I'll still say, yeah, but I mean, it's pretty important, it's part of the character, you know. And so you kind of have to try and get it in there, which, good luck, you know. And of course there's no center, because of course there isn't, you know. That would be so convenient to have this centered in between the eyes, but if I put this eye there, it's gonna look dumb, right? Let's see. And I'm open to suggestion. If someone has a brilliant idea to make this work, then I will take it. See me doing stuff that you can barely see probably on the stream, and that's a bit unfortunate, but it's because yeah, the stream, some, you know, all the colors, they don't really show as well as they should on the stream. So sometimes I'll do stuff and you'll be wondering like, what is he even doing? But I promise I'm doing something. So maybe looking down a bit might be a little cooler than up. I think it's... Is it better? Yeah, I think it's probably better to do that, right? See if we can have... I just need to try and get a sense of those holes, you know, but so difficult. What a pain in the butt. No, I don't like that. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to this. I think this is somewhat okay ish. I mean, I wonder, should I have the eyes? Yeah, the eyes, they need to be a little more apart. This looks ridiculous. This looks silly. Yeah, this is better. But now we don't have the center, so we'll do... Try to emphasize this a little bit more. Yes, we'll have to do that. So oops, sorry. I'm gonna try and suggest a little bit more light on top, because it doesn't look round enough. So this is a bit better for the nose. You see the light hits the top of the nose, so clearly here it should get a bit lighter. So maybe that's something we can try and do. Oh. Wish I could do that shadow under there, but yeah, I think yeah, this is a bit better. I think start getting. I feel like no, is it not? I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's one of the. It's one of these cases where I'm probably gonna need to, you know, rest on it a little bit. Maybe you know, say okay, so far this is the mask, and then maybe tomorrow look at it with fresh eyes, because it's really difficult to... I think we can make it a little longer. Let's see. I can't have the head being like, you know, just so big that it'll look... But I guess this is probably okay. Might be fine. Let's flip him real quick. Yeah, that might be okay. I actually don't like now the position of the head and the way it's tilted. and rotate it. So we're gonna play with it. This is the great thing about Photoshop too. It's easier. It's very easy to move things around and, you know, play with things. Let's see before after for what's the best. I think maybe it's okay, but it's just it's the position is not right. Yeah, I think this is better, I think. Yeah, maybe we can even, yeah. So kind of messed up the whole color and everything now. Of course, it's fine. We'll fix it. Kind of still want to get this, you know, this sort of like slope there, like you got here. It's surprising how much you can gain from looking at reference. So here's the problem. I think now is the head looks too big compared to the body, so I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna have to just beef him up a little bit. Fortunately, it's not something that I really wanted to do, but I think if we don't, then his head is just gonna look too big, you know. And big heads tend to make characters look younger and smaller. Like if you want to represent a child or something like this, you tend to have a slightly bigger head compared to the body, you know. And that's what it is in real life, you know. Like the head for of an infant is really big compared to their body. But as you grow older, then, you know, your head doesn't grow that much bigger, but your body does. And so you see, for instance, I mean, let's look at for instance, we'll look at, and the beefier, the bigger guy, usually the smaller is their head looks. For instance, we'll look at let's say what's the big guy? Let's look at Dwayne Johnson. I can't think of much bigger guy than that. So now look at Dwayne. Is this a good example? Look at how small the head looks compared to the body. You know, very, very small. I mean, look at this. Let's see. And now here, this is a perfect picture actually. Look, his head looks so big compared to his body, but I mean, he's fit, you know, he's not a small dude. But look at him compared to the body. And so usually the bigger you want to make a character, then the smaller you want his head, or, you know, their head to look. And same thing for kids, you know, but the opposite. If you want them to look younger, then you tend to have their heads look a little bigger compared to the body. So so in that case, the head looks, because I had to expand it to try and render this damn mask, then I ended up with the problem that I suspected I would have, is that now the body looks too small. so see, this is an issue. So there's two ways of fixing this. Either we go bigger on the body or smaller on the head, or a little bit of both. Which I assume we'll have to, because problem is that if I just do the body, it'll be just massive. It'll be too big compared to everyone else. That's gonna be a problem. So I kind of want to see if I can shrink the head just a little bit, but I hate doing this because I'm relatively happy with the mask now where it is, and I think it's gonna be it will easily break apart as soon as I try to to shrink it, but we'll try anyway. So let's take, maybe we can take a pixel up there. Oops, maybe not. Let's see. And this is really typical of the kind of problems you face in pixel art all the time, So we gained 1 pixel, and this may not seem a lot, but let's say compared to before, you see just that already. Then all of a sudden, I think it looks more in scale. It looks a little bit more realistic compared to this. But this is a nicer head in terms of like the overall, right aspect ratio. So, and let's see if we can. I doubt I can really get anything there, but we'll try anyway. I mean, I guess it's sort of could work in a very bizarre way. So arguably not as nice a head as this in terms of like showing, but it feels better to the body, I think. I don't know what you guys think. I think it's probably the best choice, even though very tricky one. I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm just imagining things, but I hate to mess this head. I like it. What to do? Decisions. Okay, let's see if I can push the body just a bit more. You know what, this is gonna end. He's gonna look just so out of scale. I know it. I got that feeling. But it's okay. Well, we have to, we have to go through it. We have to do it. If we don't, then we'll never know. So I'm always for trying things, even if I have to regret it a little bit after. But I see the legs, they don't seem right. And maybe you're thinking he's crazy, you know, like why does that even matter? You know, like okay, it's fine, it's good enough, but and I guess in a way it is, but I'm just so obsessed with trying to get things absolutely right that sometimes you know, I think it's you have to know when to stop. You know, I understand that, but I also have a hard time just giving up on something when I know that maybe just something I can do just a little bit better. You know, um, maybe we'll decide that he's particularly tall. You know, he's freaking like. I mean, look at that poor RoboCop is just ridiculous now. What the hell? It's interesting. You see, look at the size of the head. They're about the same exact width. Maybe oh, he's got one more pixel, and in height, there, yeah, he's overall a little bigger everywhere. But you see, interestingly enough, if I bring the other one, the one that where I scaled back the head, then you see there, I guarantee you, they're a match. You see, interesting, huh? That's interesting, and that shows you how you end up uh, being like down to the pixel at that size, really down to a single pixel. Um, hmm. What should we do? I almost want to ask the chat, but I think you guys are sleeping right now, so you're not gonna help me. Um, I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know. This is terrible. This is a bad situation. We need to fix this. We need to find a solution. Ugh. I mean, I guess this sort of works. You know, you could say, you know, whatever. But this head looks so much better, I think, though. No? What the hell am I gonna do? Ah. What am I gonna do now? So, which one? That's the question. I mean, if I'm reasonable, I have to go there, right? Because, like I said, yeah, it's not as good as a head as this one, but this is a better character because the head seems better to the body, right? So then, help me out there, chat. What do I do? I don't know what to do. I'm I'm very much in doubt here. So there is one possibility is what time is it? 12. So I've been streaming for what? About 3 hours. I hate to do that though. I was gonna say maybe I should cut the stream now and then we come back tomorrow and we'll have fresh eyes on it and then maybe we can decide better. But I'm kind of into it now. I don't really want to stop now. What is it that I should do? Let me get a sip and I'll be right back. Okay. Come on, chat. I know there's like 3 of you, but please, anyone, give me a sign. Number 1 or number 2? What should I do? Okay. I'm making an executive decision. We're gonna go for 2. And there's so the reason is, after all, he's wearing a mask, and the mask will that sort of like covers his entire head, so the head is inside, so you always look like a big, you know, big-headed when you wear a helmet or a mask or anything. So I think we can afford to have him with a bigger head. It doesn't look completely off to me. Does that make sense, or is that, am I wrong? I'm gonna keep going with this guy, and you know, tomorrow when it's done, hopefully we'll come back and we'll look at it and we'll say, yeah, no, it's definitely wrong, or no, actually it's all right. Okay, we'll decide tomorrow. I'm gonna definitely keep this on another layer. I'm sorry, but I think we're gonna commit to this for now, and if things change, then, you know, well, we can still revert to this guy because I have it, and I'll keep it. So we'll go with this if everyone's fine with that. If someone thinks I'm making the wrong call, again, please raise your hand, give me a sign. It's totally fine. I actually need the help right now, so don't think that that I would not listen. Okay, so we have our this. Now, honestly, I still feel the legs are too short, and the bust too long. But if I do that, then his head's gonna look even bigger. But I don't think that I have a choice. Oh, we could do that. Oh, this is kind of cool. See, this is an accident. Like I was saying, here's what, look at what happened. This is so weird. That's interesting. I didn't select the entire character, and I raised it up because I wanted longer legs. And look what happens. The head looks smaller, but it still looks kind of cool, even better, I think. No, I think so. So this is kind of a good sign. I think we're gonna keep this. We're gonna go with that. This is legs. Oops, sorry, legs. And yeah, I think I like that. I mean, he's still very tall and big, but I think it's acceptable, considering that, I mean, he's Jason. I mean, it's not like, right? I mean, I think it's fine that he's much bigger than, he looks impressive and kind of, you know, scary, and I guess that's, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'll keep this. One thing you can try and do sometimes is, instead of having all the feet, the 2 feet flat on the same level, It's good to have at least one pixel or a couple of pixels. I haven't done it everywhere, but sometimes I do it because just doing this gives a lot of perspective to the character. It doesn't look like a paper cut, like on a cardboard or something, all flat on screen. It almost looks like you're looking at him from a little higher, and then you see the perspective on the feet. So it's always something that I tend to do, and it doesn't necessarily make the legs a leg too short compared to another one. It just gives the character a little bit perspective. Um, I mean, you can't do it like too much, because then it starts to look off. But usually, 1 pixel is enough. Those legs still look pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm aware that we're gonna try and get them right at some point. I think now is probably time to do that. Actually, I think I made a mistake there. I think we probably ought to have this leg being front and this leg being back. Yes, I think this will be better for the character. Just gonna try and shade a little bit the legs now. One of a trick is that is good is, like, you see that I'm making his legs a little thinner, and you could think that it's sort of counterproductive for a beefy character, but in that case, it's fine because it will make his legs look longer, and since I think they're a bit short, just doing this helps a little bit. And I don't want to add more pixels to the legs if I can avoid it, because otherwise he's going to look definitely too tall compared to everyone else. Also, one thing we can do is move just the waistline a little bit down if we want to, and this will also affect how tall he looks. And I think 1 pixel less for where the shirt overlaps is probably better too. It's all really you can see how very delicate everything becomes now. It's all like little things that just can really improve, or on the contrary, quite affect the character. I kind of want to suggest a little bit of pecs. I like to do that usually because it just gives a little bit of shape to a character, but especially the big guys like this, But this shirt is not that, even though, I mean, I guess it is pretty tight on the body, so I guess I could do that. But then the problem is gonna happen is that it may compete with the pockets, so I may have to choose. We'll see what's the best. We're gonna have to try and suggest a little bit of folds too in the shirt. So now you see everything becomes much slower now, because there's a bit more reflection now involved, and I mean I have to be a bit more careful. I don't want to make him look like, you know, superhero skin tight, but it might be cool still. You know, it's always nice to feel that there's, you know, a little bit of form and a sense of, you know, anatomy, I guess. You know, where the shoulder ends, where the biceps starts, and all that sort of stuff. It's always nice if you can get it a little bit, but it's tricky because if you like right now, I think I'm overdoing it, and it might be out of character for him again, because he's really not. I mean, Jason is not like that, you know, body built guy. He's more just a big man, really, and that's, I think, one of the things that we need to convey if we can. That's I think that arm is a little too short. And I'm sorry if everything seems so slow, and you know, I'm not the fastest when it comes to doing this sort of stuff. But hopefully you can still enjoy some of it. But now see, I feel like we're getting close to getting something that feels acceptable. Let's flip him real quick. Yeah, I think it's probably right. I feel like he's it's not very important, but kind of bothers me right now. Like he's way too in that case he's way too saturated and colorful, especially the shirt. We're just gonna go ahead and desat. I think that it's nice to have a little bit of an accent that is a bit more saturated, like the, you know, in that case it's the mask, but I think the gloves, the working gloves, they're very much yellow in the film, I think. Of course, I do not have the reference, but you see, I kind of like this sort of very desat dark shirt. So I think we need to do that. It's gonna look he's gonna look meaner, more impressive. Can we see quickly? Okay, go ahead. leaved Dwayne. Jason part 6, right? This is part 6. I would like to find at least one picture. Well, I guess we can see the glows there, but you know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead and really quickly pull up. No, I'm afraid to do that. I think I'm gonna get banned or something. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. If I show a portion of the movie on the stream, I'm afraid I'm gonna get yelled at by Twitch. But I mean, you see here. I mean, it's just a toy, but it's kind of cool that it's kind of dark and desat there. But the gloves, they make this little accent of color, and the mask is clearly the brightest in the character. Something I'll show you a little trick that I think is important when you're doing this sort of stuff. Let's take this picture. I'm sorry. It's very easy to mistake a value for saturation, and that way being confused about what makes something read. So for instance, in that case, your eyes, they go here mainly, there. It's basically 1 and then sort of 2, 3, maybe the so this is and this is because of the contrast. And there's 2 kinds of contrast. There's the I mean, there's several types, but 2 main types is the contrast in saturation and the contrast in value. And by value I mean brightness. So for instance, really quickly, we'll do gray. So if I do say this between red and gray, this is a high contrast in saturation, right? Very saturated and not as saturated. But if I do this, you see, and I remove the color, they're relatively close in value. We could go even more and try to find, let's try and find, oh, look at that. Here I removed the entire color in the picture, and you think that I got rid of the the red square, but it's there. It's just that I killed the saturation, right? I'll show you again. Let's say I take this and let's go and kill the saturation, and look what's happening. It's gone. So there is virtually no contrast in value. They are exactly the same brightness, but the saturation is so different that you can clearly make them out. So this is a contrast. This is a contrast in saturation, right? It's pretty crazy. Now we can do the opposite, and then this would be like saturation, and then we go lightness. In that case, whether I change the saturation or not doesn't change anything, because there's no saturation either there or there. It's 0 because they're gray. But the lightness is very different, and so That's the contrast in lightness, right? I can get to a point where it disappears because they're exactly the same brightness. So right now, so in that case here, there is both contrast in saturation and contrast in brightness. But sometimes it's very hard to figure which one it is. So what you can do is kill the saturation in the image. And then right away you see that this really pops. But look, those two, you don't see them anymore. And now if I go back and undo this, you see how they pop, because here it's the saturation that's changing. So when you're making something, it's really important to try and figure out which one it is. It is because it's more saturated that something feels, pops, or that you see it, or your eye is just drawn to it, or is it just because it's just a different value, darker or brighter, or it's because it's more saturated or less saturated. And so in that case, when you remove the color, then we don't have to worry about the saturation anymore. We can just focus and figure out what's the how bright, where's the contrast lies and why. For instance, let's show you something else. Let's take those glows there, right? And we'll copy them on another layer. Now they're here. I'm going to put them on top of the pants. Okay. Just this. And now we're going to add a layer on top and kill the saturation on everything. And you see now they're quite hard to make out. But here there's a clear difference and you can really read them very well. So the read comes from the saturation. And so doing this, you can apply that to, because you can deconstruct the way you read things, you understand why your eye is drawn towards something, if that makes any sense. So in that case, I know that the value of the glows are pretty much the same as this. So, it sort of makes sense. But if I remove the entire color of everything, then you see I can't see them anymore. So it means that I'm probably about right where I need to be in terms of to respect the character, is that my yellow is probably just saturated enough, but it's not too bright or too dark, because when I put it right up above this color, and if I kill the saturation, then they tend to blend together, just like here. And so that means that I'm doing things right in terms of saturation and brightness of the glows. It's a little bit weird to explain, a little bit difficult to I guess to understand at the beginning when you start things out. It seems a little bit abstract, but I feel like the more you do this technique, killing saturation of something, and then the more you force your eye to really look at things for what they are they're brighter or darker. Is the mask, how much brighter is the mask compared to the shirt? You see how it's very, very high. In my case, it might be about right, but I'm not sure. I think my shirt is too light in brightness. It's the saturation, forget about that, but I think it's too light. And so doing that exercise and forcing yourself to look at things in a very sort of analytical way, I think, to me, I've learned that it helped me a lot to understand how to either to match something, or simply to in order to make the to force the viewer's eye to look at what I want, if you know what I mean. So just a little bit of something to remember. So we're gonna go less saturated and we're gonna go much darker, I think. As he just doing this, I feel like this looks so much closer to this now. You know, there was like a real issue there. So that sort of stuff is, I think, is important to, you know, to bear in mind at least, and try and you don't have to be, I think you don't have to be obsessed with it and always like trying to be perfect and match everything, you know, 100%. But at least trying to get into that mindset where you don't really just look at things from a very superficial point of view. You know, you're trying to reanalyze what you're looking at, and then you, because you understand it, it becomes much easier to then to replicate and apply what you see. So it was, I guess it was a longer sort of a long explanation there, but I felt like it, at least it helped me when I started understanding some of that, and I felt like this is a good thing to share maybe. We're gonna go a little greener for this. I kind of like the fact that, because if I do everything a little beige, then it's a little less rich, you know, and interesting. It's always cool to have little variations of color. It's not that much. Again, this is not a huge. This is a set. So in terms of saturation, they're about the same. They're very close, actually. I think this is a bit more saturated, but we have a third type of contrast here. It's a contrast in hue, you know. So let's look at the wheel here. Well, there's different ways of representing this, but let's say look at it this way. Choose a color. So here is your hue, here is your saturation, and here is your brightness. So hue is basically this, you know, it's like basically your color, red and purple and blue and green. But that's the only thing you change there, you know. This is your hue, this is your saturation, so you go from very desat to very saturated on top, and this is your brightness, from the lightest to the darkest. Okay, so so in that case here, if I take this and I copy it over, they're right on top of each other. Now if I go hue saturation and I change the hue, you see now there is a contrast. You see them on top of each other, even though technically the saturation is exactly the same. I'm not moving any of this or any of that. So the brightness doesn't change, the saturation doesn't change, but the hue changes. And that is enough to create some kind of contrast. And so that's an interesting way to make this read against that, so that they don't look exactly the same. And you can read the shape of this on top of that, because the hue has changed. This is not necessarily much brighter than this or darker. It's not more saturated, but it's still readable because the hue is different. So that's the third type of contrast you can have. Hopefully this makes a bit of sense. So we'll do that. Go a little bit greener. I don't think I want it to be anything to be too saturated. Then sometimes I'll just, you know, do something like that and then come back and readjust a little bit the colors. But you know, it's a good starting point, and always looking back and sort of zooming out is a good way of getting some sense. Again, also something I mentioned a little earlier, looking at things on different background helps. You know, on a light gray still kind of looks correct. Dark, and you can see already very quickly that how much brighter the mask is than everything else. If you look at it on white, it's much more difficult to see. So sometimes just looking at things on different backgrounds, it will just help you. And of course, if you're making things for a game, then it's kind of important things to look at, because you want your character or whatever things you're doing to be able to read on most backgrounds. You don't necessarily know which kind of environment or anything the character will be in. So having a character that hopefully reads fairly well on every sort of background, it's always a good thing. Obviously, you can't. It's very hard to make a character that will look as good on a completely pitch black and a pure white. Very, very hard to do. Most of the time, it's just not possible. It's just the way it is. So sometimes you just have to, pick your battle and think, well, maybe this thing will. Most of my game is fairly bright, in color and everything. So maybe my character needs to be looking good on something that is, very light, or if you make a game that will happen in like a Dark Souls games, or then you probably want your characters to be not too bright, because then they'll really pop and look out of place in the environment. So those are just it has nothing to do with exactly what I'm doing right now, but it's just stuff that I guess you can think about if you're making things for a video game, for instance. So I'll try to kind of now finish him, so to speak. At least get to a point where we could call this a day. Oh. What I'll do is probably tomorrow I come back on the stream, and we'll just have a final look at him and decide if if it's good enough, or if we want to fix a few things. And there's, like I said, there's always something you can do better. This is just the nature of anything you're gonna do, at least for me, I feel like I'm never entirely satisfied with anything. It's always like, well, this could have been done better, and this is not great or whatever. But at the same time, you kind of have to stop somewhere. So, finding that balance, I think, is one of the most challenging things for me. I don't know if it's the same for other people, but finding that place where I know that I need to stop, because it becomes just counterproductive to just keep going indefinitely, but at the same time not stopping too early that I'm a bit lazy or whatnot. So I think we should probably, like I said, the mask is very bright. I think maybe we should just go a little darker, and maybe give him a little bit of a slight yellow tint. There's several ways to do this. Hi Stefan, I'm listening while doing some drawing. Nice to see you again. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a while, I know. I remember your name. Yeah, I haven't streamed in ages, and with the COVID-19 madness, I figured, yeah, why the hell not? I should probably try and stream a little bit. I was missing it all this time. I had several things in my life that, in work and all that, and I kind of I found that I didn't have the energy to do it at night, and uh, and I hate when I do something and it feels like, like a chore. You certainly don't want to listen or see this. So I was thinking, well, it's better not to stream that stream something where people feel like I don't want to do it, or I'm too tired. But recently, but I've always missed it. I was constantly actually thinking about it, like, man, that was kind of cool to stream. Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, I'm okay. We've been lucky. No one. I mean, it's just me and my wife, but and my family and friends. No one has been infected. So I guess we've been lucky with that. I hope it's the same for you. It's certainly such a mess. This thing, way worse than I was imagining it would be. Honestly, in the beginning. And it seems like it's far from being over, unfortunately. From what I read and hear, looks like we're in for some more trouble, unfortunately. Um, but but I guess the only, I mean, there's still some. I try to see it from what's the upside, and I was impressed to see, like, if anything, I feel like this whole thing, um, I hope two things will come out of this, and the main would be that when you see pollution and how much nicer the environment feels now, and how much more like animals there are that we hadn't seen in a while, even close to cities and stuff like that. um, I hope that maybe it helps people to realize how much of a negative impact we have on Earth. Um, and not that I'm like, I don't like technology association or anything. Quite the contrary. But I think we're on the brink now, and we should be very aware of what we're doing as a civilization. Trying to not to mess up the entire planet would be a good thing, and we're certainly close to it now. And I was really baffled to see, like, it's extraordinary how fast things change. Like, you look at pollution, like a CO2 emission and a quality of air, and you look before and after. It's just incredible. Like, literally in a matter of a week, it completely changed. I mean, it's quite insane. And so I hope that people will just see this and then realize that, well, we really do have an impact, and a massive impact. And the good thing is that, if anything, this showed that how fast we can revert, and how fast things can improve if we, not that we need to stop, doing everything because of that, but at least trying to be aware of it and be reasonable would be great. So that's my hope, but I don't know how things will happen. And the other thing that I like, for me, I had to work from home, and honestly, I'm not very good at working in an office and, in a company, and I've never been good with that. I'm more of a solitary kind. So for me, I've always wanted to be able to work from home, and it worked actually really good, really well for me. I mean, I'm lucky enough to work in an area where I can work from home, and I've seen so many people working from home now, and companies realizing that this is actually something that can work. It's not that complicated to put into place, and again, this has a massive impact on the environment. I mean, when you have half of the earth that does not have to commute anymore because they work from home. I mean, just imagine the impact of this. And also for people else, some people are way less stressed because they don't have to commute. And it's not for everyone. I mean, I still understand that some people that prefer to go to work and leave home and do something different. It's perfectly fine. But I think there was a lot of when I was trying to have my employer, if I would just suggest the idea they could work from home, it was like, oh, we don't know and all that. There was a lot of negative, I think, just a negative feeling about that from many employers, and I hope that maybe they see that it's not that bad, and you can actually work and in certain instances improve even the work and the quality of life for everyone. So we'll see. Oh, you too? Yeah, you much prefer it? Yeah. An hour each way. I mean, an hour each way. It's crazy, dude. It's just, yeah. And what can you do? Like it's just if you drive, it's completely wasted. I mean, I guess you can listen to music and you can listen to audiobooks, but you still have to drive. I mean, you can't be completely you still have to be a little bit focused on driving. So. Yeah, I think there's definitely that. I think there's this idea that people will be lazy and they won't be doing their 8 hours or whatever. And honestly, I'm telling them, and so what? Like, why does it matter to you if I work 6 hours or 8 hours? If you get the job done, and if you're happy with the work and you get it when you're supposed to get it, why does it matter that I'm doing 6 hours or 8 or 12? And when, if I want to work at night, then it's my problem. Why do I have to wake up at 8 and just go to work and be at work at 9? I mean, it just makes no sense to me. It's like, we're not kids. We should be able to be free to decide how we want to work. And I'm not a morning guy, dude. I can't just, in the morning I'm useless. I'm absolutely terrible. But around 7, 8 at night, and then all night, I can do so much more work and better work than I could do during the day. It's just the way I'm wired, and I know other people like that, and they always struggle at work because of those stupid rules, that say that this is when you have to work. And it's like, okay. I think a lot of, I don't know if it's just, but I think a lot of people who work in creative things, they tend to work better at night. At least in my experience, I've got a lot of friends who are working in sort of a creative things. They're artists or whatever, and most of them are night owls for some reason. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. And go and try to make this understand by some kind of producer or like an HR guy. It's useless, man. They just don't get it. They're completely slaves, or all their conventions and all their rules and stuff. It's just it's just it triggers me, that sort of stuff. Okay, I guess I should work a little bit on that. I don't know how many times I've changed the width of his bust there, but I can never seem to get the right. Well, I guess now it's time to put the weapon in, because it makes no sense. I can't just postpone that decision forever. We have to put the weapon in. So what do we do? Do we give him just a machete and that's it? Done. Do we put the spear in? I mean, maybe. It's just that spear looks so not Jason. Oh, thank you. It's nice of you to say that. Yeah, it's hard to judge your own stuff. I think, like I was saying, as a, I don't like to use the word artist because I feel like it has a connotation of, I don't know. But when you're doing something creative or anything, actually, I think the two main challenges for me are judging it objectively, because I feel like you're always biased, not necessarily positively. Actually, I tend to be biased negatively regarding what I do. I always find it not as good as it should be. So that's the one, and the other is, like I was saying, knowing when to just stop, because sometimes I can't just go forever, and then people look at me and they're like, dude, come on, this is it, put it to rest. But it's hard to do. I mean, I really do think it's difficult to do. There's this fear of, that's it, it's over now. I can't go back. Even though you can always go back, but there's still this idea that this is over. You should let it go. Did I tell you this is an interesting little anecdote about Frank Frazetta? I think I told that story on stream. But anyway, stop me if you know the story. I guess maybe other people would like to hear, but anyway, so Frank Frazetta, one of my favorite artists, learned a lot by just watching his paintings. I don't know. I mean, you're probably familiar with him. We'll just go and do a refresher real quick. So Frank Frazetta was this famous illustrator from his peak of his popularity was during the 70s mainly, and the 80s. And he was doing all those fantasy illustrations, and he was probably the best known for illustrating the best Conan, but he was so very, very, very famous illustrator from the 70s, 80s, at the peak of his popularity, and he really changed the way people saw fantasy illustration. You have to see what people were doing, even pretty good illustrators at the time, and it's like it really changed the entire thing. There's really to me at least, there's like a before and after Frazetta. Like he introduced, all of a sudden there was like all this sort of like energy and raw power in his illustrations that you would never see back then. It was like all stiff and very sort of like carefully crafted, and all of a sudden you got this guy, he's like using those big brushes and creates those big splashes of color, and he has all those characters that look larger than life and have those super dynamic poses, and I mean it's really insane. So I mean stuff like I mean this is a very, very famous illustration from him, but he truly was a game changer, really, Frazetta. But he had a problem, as he was very never quite happy with what he was doing, and he always wanted to go back and fix things. And when he got older, he died a few years ago, fortunately. He was I think he was probably 70, close to 80 or something. Let's see, 82. Yeah, so he had a good life, but this guy was very his personality is very close to it is really reflected in his paintings. He was a guy who always wanted to be a baseball player. He didn't really care about art, actually, and he was doing this just for fun. And then, but his childhood dream was to be a baseball player, and he was always kind of like painting at the last minute. He was very fast at painting. He could paint like usually, even a painting like, let's say, one that I know for sure. Hope I can find it. I'll try to find a real one that I know for sure he painted. But he could paint, let's say, something like to find something fairly close. Let's say something like this. He could paint in a day. I mean, we're talking about oil painting, and if you've ever tried painting in oil, let me tell you, this is not a fun medium. This is very, very annoying, and it's really hard. I've barely done it, but for what I've tried, this is not fun. So all oil painting, he would paint this in a day, and so but he was never quite happy with what he was doing. And so when he got older, he had they opened he was living on the East Coast, somewhere around New York. He was I think he was born in New York, in Brooklyn. And he years later, he never left. I think he went a little bit to live in Florida for a while, but then he went back to New York. So when he got very old, he had his museum, and I think he had like 2 or 3 kids, and his wife was sort of like the curator for the museum, and you could go there. And that's the one big regret of my life, is when I was living in Montreal, I could have just driven back there, and in a matter of maybe a 6 hours drive, I could have been to the Frazetta Museum. And you could even meet him sometimes, because he was just hanging around there. It was just his house, and there was like another building, like a big building, that was the museum. And so he was he had all those famous paintings, like the really super famous one, like this one, probably one of the most famous paintings that he ever did, of Conan. And so he had all the paintings in the museum, and his wife, she was the curator, and people would come in and visit the museum. Sometimes he would talk to them and sign some stuff, but at night, because he was never quite satisfied, when he was, and I'm talking when he was like 70, 80, like even right down to his death, he would go back and go into his own museum, unhang some of his famous paintings, and paint on top to fix them. And his wife, and like you can imagine, he had an agent, and some of those paintings, they're more than $1 million. And his agent, his wife, his kids, they would tell him, you can't do that. You can't just go in your museum and hang stuff and paint on it. It's crazy. I mean, you're changing paintings that have been printed all over the world in art books and everywhere, exposed, exhibited in art museums. You just can't change them now. It's too late. It's crazy. And he was like, why not? I painted them. They're mine. I can do whatever I want with them. And they just couldn't convince him. So what happens is that his wife ended up just taking the keys, changing the locks in the museum, and keep the keys. And she would just basically forbid him from entering his own museum and painting on his own paintings. I mean, this is how extreme he was. And not only that, but what's even crazier is that when he was in his late 70s, I think he had a stroke, and that left him paralyzed from the right side of his body. He was completely paralyzed, and he was right-handed, so he couldn't paint and draw anymore, but he really wanted to. So what he did is that he just taught himself to draw and paint from left-handed, and in a matter of a month he started painting like full-fledged Frazetta paintings that are very hard to know that they were actually painted left-handed. I mean, how crazy is that? Can you imagine? You're like 70, you had a stroke, and you teach yourself to paint from your wrong hand. And I've seen, I'll have to find it, and I'll show you probably if you come back in another stream. I'll show you some drawings that he did left-handed. I couldn't tell that they were not right-handed. Completely insane. So now they were like, they had twice the problem, because not only would go back to the museum, unhang stuff, and paint on them left-handed. So they were like, you're just crazy, dude. This is insane. You just stop. But they couldn't convince him, because he was a very, very strong character. Very, very strong-minded, and not always very nice with people. I mean, he had this reputation, like many artists, who know what they want and know what they're doing, and he was not the nicest, but I mean, I can understand at the same time. I mean, he's right, he made those things. It's no one should have been able to tell him you can do whatever you want with it, even as crazy as it sounds. So he would paint and stuff like, I think they saved they stopped him right before, but he wanted to paint to fix this one, Jungle Girl, which is so beautiful, and evocative and rough at the same time. Yeah, he wanted to fix this. What a crazy bastard. I mean, you don't fix it. Like all this texture and but you see, the funny thing with him is that you see, this is a little bit weird. Like the proportions are a little bit strange. There's a lot of things that, from a purely technical standpoint, people would say it's off, but he didn't care, because like he was an artist true and true, and it was his vision. He was like, I don't have time for anatomy. He was saying, this is bullshit. I don't care. I want the energy. I want to convey something. I want that. He was saying, I want that fist in your face to be like more gnarly and bigger than it is in real life. That's what mattered to him. And so, but a lot of, when he was back in the 70s and the 80s, before he got really, really famous, and now people accept Frazetta as a master, but back then he was heavily criticized, and most notably, there was another story where he had to paint. He was very much compared to Boris Vallejo, and if you know Boris Vallejo, this is the opposite of Frazetta. It's very, very precise, extremely rendered to a point where it's you can feel the pain on the and the time. Personally, not a big fan of Vallejo, but that's personal. But this is the kind of stuff that Valero would do, So it's extremely. I mean, from a technical standpoint, you can't fault this. It's really really strong, but it's basically bodybuilders just posing, it doesn't really have this. Look at their face; they're like completely expressionless, and it's like, what are you guys doing? Are you fighting? Or it's very odd to me. But he has his fans, and he's a very competent artist. Yeah, yeah, Choco, you're right. Very lifeless, and this is one people who don't like Variawa. This is basically the main critique that. But at the time, a lot of idiot publishers and art directors would ask him to paint like Valero, because at some point Valero in the 80s he was very trendy, and so they would ask Frazetta to paint like Valero, and that would send Frazetta off the edge. He would go mad. He would go like, well, basically go fuck yourself. If you want Vallejo, just hire him, but I don't care. I'm not gonna paint like him, and I can. And at some point, there was one picture, one painting in particular, that he rendered specifically more than he would do, just to prove his point. And he was like, if I spend the time, of course I can render like this, but it's useless, it's pointless, I don't want to do it. So there was a lot of attention between him and people who were in that sort of mindset where they wanted something like Vallejo. I can't remember what painting it was, but I'll be able to find it if I look for it in my books. And this painting in particular, it was. I mean, I'm more of a Frazetta guy personally than Vallejo, but it's really up to. I don't think you can. I mean, art is art. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to agree with everyone. It's up to people. As long as it makes you, I think, feel something, then it's successful. Yeah, Frazetta, he said that, yeah, he was always saying that he didn't need references. He would paint everything from head, which honestly, I don't have a hard time to believe, especially because, like I was telling you, I think a lot of his characters are off, sometimes a little bit, sometimes quite a bit. At least if you look at them very, specifically from a anatomical standpoint, and but yeah, who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe he was lying. I don't know. I have quite a bit of books from him, tell about his story and his stuff. I've seen Painting with Fire. It's a really good documentary if you have the opportunity. If you haven't seen it, it's called Painting with Fire, and it sort of goes over his life and his paintings. But who knows, and to me, it's not. Again, it doesn't matter for me, because it's like another, like this is another example of it goes that goes with this is if you know Jules Truzen, you probably, if you know Frank Frazetta, you probably know Jules Truzen. I'll just Google it real quick for people. Jules Truzen is one of the most successful movie posters artist. He did a lot of paintings for Star Wars and Indiana Jones and all that sort of stuff. And if you've been in a theater and you've seen a movie once in your life, you know Jules Struzan art. So this sort of stuff, you know. um, and and so Jules Struzan is he notoriously traces stuff. You know, it's like it's no secret. He says it himself, and he doesn't care. He will, like, for a painting like this, for instance, he will find a photograph of Harrison Ford and Sean Young and Rutger Hauer, and he will trace on top, you know, like to make sure that the face is exactly right and everything. And then he'll start painting, and while he's painting, it will sort of like start shifting things a little bit, you know, very subtly, and especially the lighting will change things quite a bit. And then it becomes his own sort of, well, you see, he doesn't, you see that there is no shame for this man, which I completely respect. You know, he's like, yeah, of course I'm using references and it's fine, and I'm tracing the pictures, you know. But the question then becomes, well, and a lot of people, they've criticized him for that, like, well, you know, he traces, haha, too easy, da. But then why is there only one Jules Struzan? You know, why every artist, like, then be Jules Struzan? Take a picture of someone, you know, and trace it and paint it and get me a Jules Struzan, you know. And arguably not that many people are capable of doing this. So it shows that the vision, to me, of the artist and his interpretation, his eye, goes way beyond just the reference, you know. What's his name? Alex Ross is the same. Alex Ross will actually dress himself or people as the superheroes he wants to represent, light them in the very exact same way that he's gonna paint, and copy this. And yet, I mean, just Alex Ross is unmistakably Alex Ross. There's no two like him. Whether you like it or not, actually, it doesn't even matter. You know, you could say, I hate Alex Ross's art, and that's fine. But he's recognizable. You know, it's him. So there's, I think, that's why I think the whole discussion about using references or not, it doesn't really make much sense to me, if you know what I mean. But this is I think this is a conversation that has gone since art exists, you know. There's no end to it, really. Yeah, no, I'm the same as you, Joko. I don't think it matters in any way, and I would never blame anyone to use. If anything, I would blame someone not to use reference and suck, because then I would be like, you had an opportunity to not suck and you didn't take it. So I think I've seen a lot of artists, because I work in, you know, in art, so to speak, and I've seen a lot of artists, like, consciously refusing to look for reference on, and I'm like, why in hell would you not do it? And they're like, well, it's cheating. And I'm like, but okay, so hold on, are you using a computer to paint? And they're like, yeah, well then why don't you paint like traditionally, because this is kind of cheating. You can undo stuff. I've seen you, you know, copying, pasting. It's like, well, that's not the same. It's like, yeah, of course it's the same. And then you can it can be endless, that discussion. And then they'll be like, yeah, okay, I'll paint traditionally. And you'll be like, well, did you make your own colors? Like, did you actually physically make the pigments? No. Well, then you cheat, because, you know, the pigments, someone made them for you. So it's ridiculous. You know, at some point you just have to admit that art is not a matter of being like being able to replicate reality like a computer, because then just render, or take a photo, like who cares? And if this the goal, then why don't you just go ahead and then render an entire thing? It's just to me, this is a really weird. I think the more you see, actually, to me at least, I find that the more I look at references, the more it forces me not to be lazy. I have to, okay, so this is it, like this. Oh, I thought that this would look like that, but no, it doesn't. And I'm like, why not? And then you look for more reference, and then and then the more you look at stuff, the more you understand how they work. I mean, to me, that seems like how things work as an artist. I think spending a lot of time not painting, not drawing, but actually looking at things, not necessarily just looking at trying to get 100 references of the same thing, but more like trying to find the right one that conveys what you're trying to convey, like trying to understand why a certain picture touches you. This is not easy to do, to try and analyze that. But how can you do it if you never look at anything? So anyway, it's kind of one of my long ramblings, but in the end, I think there's no right or wrong about art. It's just you do what the hell you want to do, how you want to do it, and if that works for you, then that's fine. It's like this kind of how I see it. To me, it's really all that matters. And if you make something that that touches a one person, even though it looks weird, and well, then mission accomplished. It's just that, really. You don't need more than that. I think it's really what it comes down to in the end. And that's why people love abstract, and some people hate it, and some people, they love photoreal, and some don't, and it's all fine to me. It's all whatever you want it to be. You do it, and just be happy, because I think it's all about being happy in the end, making things a little less dark for people. Just they look at art, and it changes their perspective a little bit, or it just makes them a little happy, or just anything, and makes them feel something, and that's all. And who cares how it's been done? Does it really matter? At least not for me. Now, of course, so okay, so it's kind of a double question. What am I working on right now? Do you mean like personally, or sort of like professionally? Because this is like I do for fun, but I also work. Well, it's the same regarding video games, because I work for video game companies, so I work on some games. Right. Yeah, so this is kind of like a trick question for me, but I don't mind. So yeah, I'd rather not say what I'm working on from a professional standpoint, because you're gonna know right away where I work, and I kind of don't want to mix those things too much, because then it becomes it becomes all about that specific company, and I love, it's perfect. I love working for them and everything, but I don't necessarily want to like, this is kind of like my space right now, if you know what I mean. I don't know if it's not that I want to hide it, and if you really want to know, like, you can whisper me and I'll tell you. But I'd rather not share it on the stream too much. And from a personal standpoint, I'm still working on that idea of making this weird game where all the characters are based on movie characters from the 80s. So I'm looking into Unity at the moment a little bit, and I'm just but I'm really taking my time. I'm just, it's and then sort of what I decided to do is, because originally I wanted all those characters to be in the game, but then I realized that I was working on characters, but I was not making a game, which is like the classic, trap, especially for artists. They tend to just focus on the art and don't make a game, and then they don't understand why the game sucks in the end. So, Red Sonia, yeah, she's there. And funny enough, my wife is called Sonia, so I was, but she's not red-headed and she doesn't fight in a bikini, so different. But anyway, so I had this idea for this little game. So what I've decided to do is, because it would be some sort of like a roguelike RPG-ish, but so what I decided to do is to make the game entirely text, right, for now, so that I don't get bogged down and I don't get confused with the art, because I think it's just too easy to get into the, oh, it looks pretty, oh look, I'm gonna put this little effect, it's gonna be great, and then gameplay sucks because you really don't pay attention to it. So I thought, technically, if I'm making a game that is turn-based, it could be as good, as fun to play without any sort of art. And then at the same time, for fun, I'll just stream and make those characters, and hopefully, if everything works out, and at some point those things could sort of mesh together, So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. But I'm not like super serious about it, and kind of I don't work as much as I should on it. Let's put it that way. And that's I think if you really want to make a project, you have to commit to it, and I'm not sure that right now I'm doing the right thing, but I'll try, I'll try. Yeah, altogether, like I was saying, it's funny because you can do that sort of stuff, then you can do those little really weird family photos, have him, and then he's like with Ash, but then for some reason Foxy Brown is with them, and I don't know, freaking Jessica Rabbit, and so you can do some really cool little teams, and that was kind of like the whole idea that I had. It's like having all those improbable teams doing really great, but still kind of arguing with each other, and also sometimes having references, like bickering about stuff that actually matters because they're from the same film or sort of competing franchises, or stuff like that, just like full on nerd, 100% nerd stuff. So yeah, that was kind of like but yeah, a print would be fine. I wanted to do also t-shirts and stuff like that. Could be fun, because I've had some people asking me this at work or whatnot. They know what I'm doing this, and they're like, I'd like to have a t-shirt with this guy. So Yeah, you know, why not? I'll never finish him, that's for sure. So what do we do? Do we do the spear? Do we do the? Do we give him the axe and just pretend that he found it and we never saw it in the film, but in fact he had the axe? Or do we put the machete? Which the machete would be canon on him. It would be okay. What do you guys think? Any opinion on that? We can try different things. Don't. That's the beauty of those little things, is that they're so small and quick. I say quick, but I've been streaming for like 4 hours and it's not done. So yeah, you know what I mean. Even though, I mean, if I talk so much, I ramble so much, I barely do any work. So we could do the spear, like sort of like, this. Oops, wrong layer. We'll do it really quickly, just maybe to get a sense for it. Oh, so okay, let's say it's gonna be a bad angle, you know it. It's fine. So let's say spear. It's not that long though, but we can play with that. So we can do maybe something like, so we could do, let's say, spear with whatever thing they have at the, or we could do the machete. The good thing with the machete, we can have like a nice, clean, strong highlight on it. Not gonna bother right now, but get the idea. So whatever, super quick. Or we could do the axe, in which case, hold on, how do you, I would have to do that properly, but, or actually, you know what, in that case we could also play with the angle a little bit. It doesn't have to have it, I mean, you could technically hold it like this, something like that. Let's say this, and then we do the, the thing, whatever. So we could do, I mean, it's really badly done, but this is just because, to be quick, we could do this or something like that. I'll do something you should never do in Pixel, but it doesn't matter right now. Oops. Hold on. What the? Hold on. What's happening? I don't understand. Oh. We could do, I guess you would hold it pretty close to the, so I guess, we could do something like this, or that, or that, or this with more of an angle, maybe like this. Yeah, machete. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I mean, plus, I mean, when you think of Jason, is that first like the weapon that you think of, right? It's probably, I think if you had to ask like fans, what is the Jason's weapon, it would be the machete. I think it's pretty much in every movie actually. So I guess we'll do machete. And if it sucks, then we can always change our mind. So let's do a machete. And you know what? I'll look for a reference for the actual machete. Because I'm like that. I won't even move without a reference. Jason. Well, hold on. Jason part 6 machete, whatever. Is there? So it's like a black handle. It's like a long knife, really. Yes, probably right. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so it's good just for the length of it, how long it is. The machete. So weapons and stuff, always the issue is always the angle. If you're unlucky with the angle, I mean you can plan for that, but for some reason I never do, and I always end up with like weird, annoying angles like this. Ugh, look at that. You know, this is not too bad. This is kind of okay. This is good. Also, this is the angle you want that you almost never get. That's fine. But this is always a pain. It's always an issue. This one's okay. This one is kind of like, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, Jason, let's go. Let's finish this. We'll try the perfect angle, and hopefully this will look all right. How long? Okay, just leave. Man, I really wish I had a bigger screen. Yeah, I think I may have to invest. Trying to find give it a little bluish again, because it'll read a little better if it's not the same hue, you know. So for metal, usually I tend to give them more of a blue hue, never quite gray entirely. You know, like this is I don't know if you guys can see this on stream. Probably not. It's too my capture card is not good enough. But see, this is entirely DSAT, and this is a little bit of blue. And I don't know if you can see it, but it does make a difference. I always, for me, I always prefer to have a little bit of a blue sheen to it. So this shouldn't be too hard to do, hopefully. The only problem is sometimes the readability. This is not too bad, I guess. Does that work as an angle? I mean, honestly, I'd rather. I prefer it less, more at an angle like this, you know. But this is gonna be a bad angle. Let's try real quick. Again, it's a matter like of not being lazy, you know, just trying. Even if it's a little, it ends up being a little bit of a waste of time, then that's fine. We'll have it not as fast as that. You know? So we'll do 3, I think. The leg doesn't help, and there's a bad tangent there, but I can always try and fix this. No, this is not good. Let's see. Can't look like a sword, you know. There's a specific machete gets a little bit. It's a fairly straight weapon, looks like, if not entirely straight, actually. Yeah, it's completely straight. And there's just this little curve at the end, but I think it's thinner at the base and kind of like tapers out. But this looks curved, see, because I didn't respect the. So I got 3. Oh, I hate doing this. So 3, 3, 3. Hold on. You know what? So what we're gonna do. What's the best way to make sure? So there is this possibility, and you know, I'll make it better at the hand and everything, but or let's do the quick for the handle. Well, I guess there would be a little bit of. No, I don't know. Yeah, probably. Ooh. I have to make the hand a little better, but anyway, very quickly. Yeah, no, this is better, right? I think this is. No, that doesn't feel right to me. No, let's not do this. Well, perfect. I'd rather not. We'll try to just do. Just shade this a little bit so it's not so. Yeah, I think it's alright doing this. Ooh. Oh, wait. What's going on here? Okay, here I need to make sure that I don't get too much detail and stuff competing. One thing we can do here, we'll try a quick. It's best if this leg, probably, even though it's the front leg, but I can fix this later. I'm tempted to have this leg darker. Let's say not too dark, but let's say we'll try this. We'll put on the wrong layer. That's okay. We'll flatten it now. I think if this leg is darker, then it will be easier to read the machete on top. So we can pretend there's some kind of shadow going on or something, you know. Now I I can't do that at the top. Or actually, hold on. Why don't we do just actual shadow of the thing? Would that work? With an angle to it? I guess we could probably do that. Just a shadow. This needs to be a bit better. Oh. Okay, this is getting a bit better now. Try to get some, just a bit of folds here and there. Okay, I'm trying to suggest some pockets or something like this, so it's just a little bit more interesting. So maybe this is a bit better, I guess. Okay, so I'm not sure about the back arm though. Kind of looks like doesn't know what to do with it. Well, see, it's crazy how much things evolve over time. You know, it doesn't seem like a lot of work in between, but see how short and looks like how short he looks there. Just changing the shape of the legs and make them a little thinner, and changing the color of the shirt, how much this helps. I think at this point we don't even need to keep the other guy. We don't need this, and we don't need that, and we don't need this one either. So we're right there. I think those pants, let me see. Oh, I wish I could find a picture from the film that has the I feel like the pants, we need them to increase the contrast a little bit and the brightness. They seem just a little dirty and weird. We'll try and see if this works. We're getting close now. We'll still have to do some interesting things for the sort of like utility belt or whatever. And maybe the back arm is not right. This and saturation will go down. Let's keep pushing contrast. I have pushed it too far, but we'll see. Yeah, like this. I don't think the contrast was a good idea, but saturation for sure. Is there anything special for the pants? Not really. feel like kind of want to suggest the fact that it's a bit dirty and sort of weathered. I think it helps him a little bit. Maybe we can go a little. Hold on, just gonna try something. I wonder if I should go. Oops. Just a little more. Oh. I think this is a bit better, probably. Since there is an angle there. I guess I can do better for the pens, but for now we'll just consider it to be that. Getting a little tired, so I think I'm gonna just try and quickly go add all the little stuff we need, so that it's sort of like feature complete, so to speak, and then we'll probably stop and see if we can. You know, I think in a weird way, I wonder if the shirt is still even too saturated. Maybe kind of want to try. One thing you can do and trick for this is, it doesn't always work, but on pixel art usually works quite well because you don't have that many colors. If I just want to change the color of the shirt, I can do a hue saturation, but instead of going master, which would change everything, then I can go to let's say greens. I'm not sure I'm gonna get the right greens, but I can also do this. I can do this. Pick a color, you know. Let's say green, and then here I can use the color picker to try and you see as I pick, it will change here. See, this is yellow, those are the greens. This is in the same range as yellow but less saturated. This is, like I said, you see that there's blue in the machete because when I pick this, it's get into the blue. So you can do that, and then you can extend the range a little bit to see. And if you want to make sure you pick only what's right, you can go like really crazy and see what you get, you know. So you see I'm grabbing this as well, so I need to make sure I don't grab anything else but the green, so I can reduce the range up until the only thing that's affected is the shirt. And I grab this as well, but that's okay. You see? So now I can play with it. I can say I want it even less saturated, maybe. Let me change the hue, be a little more blue-ish. Because I think this green was wrong. If you want to know which hue is your green, you can go full on saturation, and you see there's some yellow in that green, but in fact I think this green is more of a sort of a bluish. So I can go, yeah, this is more like the green that I want, and then desat, and now I'm exactly right there I want to be, you know. Decide how much saturation, 0, there. I'm sure on stream it doesn't show that great, but so there. So before, see, it's a bit of a more like a khaki, like olive military, and now it's more like a green blue. See, before more like olive, and now like this. And I think this is closer to the actual color in the film. So do that. This little guy, we're gonna go just a little less bright, because it's the part that's in shadow, you know, it's more like shadow there, so I don't want it to be too bright. Otherwise, you see it looks like it's pasted on the character, it doesn't quite look right. So just gonna go a little less. Deset this, too fine of saturation there, and like this. And then we can now just do just a tiny bit of shading like this, suggest those you know, those different pockets that he has. And but by the way, I thought that to me at least, I felt like Jason throwing knives was such a so out of character, you know, like sniping people from a distance. But I guess, you know, they decided to do this, but to me that felt very, that didn't feel right. We can add a little bit of just a tiny bit of red to suggest there is something there. We don't quite know what it is, but it's okay. Tip of the knife. I don't even know what this is, but it's a nice little accent again. Nice little color. You can have this, it's fine. You can have one that's a little faded compared to the other one. Like now it's getting really down to the nitty gritty stuff. Here's whatever thing for the machete. Let's see if this works. How big is this? It's really long actually. Oh, it's on the opposite side. Hold on, what? Yeah, well, whatever. It's gonna be on this side. And then we need, suggest this is an interesting little detail that we can have. Something like that. So that's probably okay for our little belt. I wonder if actually it's interesting because like this goes like way down, so it means I think that my belt is probably a little too high overall, and this is probably just a little too short. So we'll try to just bring everything down. A bit tricky to know. We'll see if we can do it in one shot like that, and then Yeah, I think it's probably all right. Can we so now's the time to see if it's worth doing those pockets or not. Yeah, I think we can probably do the pocket. It's just a nice little, it's just a fun little detail. Maybe we need to be more. Something like this. Here we can extend. No. Not ideal. Just a little suggestion of maybe some folds there, I'm not sure. Oh, looks a little messy. And it's really becoming very subtle little things, you know. Is he right-handed? I'm gonna get screwed. Yeah, I guess I could flip it. Yeah, I think he's right-handed. Okay, cool. I think the gloves, they're kind of like, they're actually quite big, and they overlap the so we could try and suggest this. So, you know, something like that maybe. So you see there's, yeah, something like that. There's an actual, you know, a little cut in the glove there. Kind of lazy right now to try and see if I can do something better with that arm, but I think I should. But I think I'll probably do this tomorrow. I think for now we'll go about to call it, because I'm getting very tired now. Yeah, we'll give him a shadow real quick. Just to sort of like ground him a little bit, and yeah, I think, yeah, that's probably good enough. So yeah, so I think he's about done. It's I mean, it's getting so close now. So I think what I'll do, I mean, it's been a long stream actually. I'm seeing that. Why do I see this? I'm so bad at that. I don't even know where. Oh yeah, up there. Yeah, almost. We're closing into 5 hours now of stream. So and I think everyone's gone or asleep. So I think I'll call it done for now, and maybe tomorrow. What I'll do is that I come back and and we'll try to see if tomorrow we'll see if we can if we want to just go over one last time a few things. Always to me at least always a good idea to go in with fresh eyes on something, see if there's stuff we can do better, because at a certain point it becomes, like I said, it becomes very difficult for me to even see anything. So I think I'm gonna consider hold on just a sec. Yeah, we'll see. I think I'll come back tomorrow, look at it with fresh eyes, and probably be back around the same time, 9 p.m. Pacific, and we'll finish this guy. I mean, he's really close at that point. He's pretty much done. We'll finish this guy, and maybe just for fun, since we'll have time, maybe we'll do a quick variant for Jason Part 7, which I really like too. The one with the where he's all tattered and discolored outfit, and he has the big chain around the neck that pull him underwater. So maybe we'll try that tomorrow, and so we'll have two Jason Part 6 and 7, and then that's it for now. So so thanks for the people who were there. Really appreciate the company. I hope you liked what you saw, and that you'll be back for more. There's millions of characters we can do. There's plenty of characters from movies from the 70s, the 80s that I haven't had the chance to do yet. So hopefully we can do that together. So thank you again for being there, guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.